And here, the end with Phil
Phil
Becker.
Better, the podcast mogul, the man, the myth, the legend himself. No, no myth, no legend, just a regular, ordinary guy. I'm happy to be here. Happy to support my good buddy Chris on Sumo Day, day 2 of 4. Did we announce the special or not?
No.
Oh, so I'll keep my mouth shut about something special coming up. Maybe Chris will announce it live. Today we got a full day. We've got at least 4 to 5 products we're going to be demonstrating. We got some podcasters coming up. Me and Chris are just chatting a bit, and we thought, hey, we should jump on and talk to you guys before our first guest shows up today. They're going to be showing up at noon. We're going to be talking about what are we talking about today, Chris? I have a list, but
it's funny. This tool is quite exciting, and we had a couple of people come on the live stream yesterday. We were asking them what their favorite tool was, or what they'd seen on AppSumo that they were excited about. My mic was way over there, so hope you can hear me now. And they were all talking about LinkedIn and outreach, and I'm really well connected to Pratik Thacker from
Insidia, great company.
Great company, and he's a LinkedIn influencer. So this is going to be an exciting conversation, and I'm really excited to deep dive into what the tool could be. If you have an idea of what it is, or you've seen the agenda, write down in the group what you think it might be. And the link that I'm going to add in the chat, if you want your name to appear on the chat, I want you to give Restream access to your Facebook account so that people can see your name instead of, because I don't want to say, hey, Facebook user. I want to say, hey, Tonya. And big shout out to Tonya yesterday for writing so many comments in the chat. We got a couple of other people joining to promote the event, and it's been amazing this morning. Having conversations with people. I've been busy.
You have. I've not seen my phone messenger blow up so much. Tanya's in the chat saying you're welcome. Blow up so much because you're just like chatting with so many people, so amazing entrepreneurs and business owners that are coming out supporting us here on the AppSumo. Big fans of AppSumo. I know I have at least a dozen products. I know my buddy Mike, who's showing up tomorrow, has at least 2,000 products, and some of our friends and colleagues here in the podcasting world, they swear by AppSumo.
They sure do, and they should, because it's the best platform out there if you want to buy and sell software, and you want to grow your business, or you just want to start. I think getting started is a great place to go to AppSumo. Really affordable tools, and they promote entrepreneurship. They promoted me when I worked there with the podcast, and without them we wouldn't have had to be able to put on an event like this. So massive shout out to AppSumo. Noah does incredible. The rest of the team does incredible, and I think we're ready to invite our next guest, our first guest of Tuesday, day 2, and maybe we do a countdown. Display suspense, or do we just get straight into it?
Let's get straight into it. Let's bring them on. This if they're here. Hey.
Yeah. Yes. No worries.
So
it's Ilya, right.
Ilya.
Please add Nicola to this podcast as well. I think that he is in the background.
Is that there's Nicola, yeah. I got you. Okay, amazing.
Perfect. So hello guys, and thank you for this wonderful event. I'm sure that we will have awesome time with you guys. Nicola will be the one heading the conversation. Thank you for the intro, the lovely intro that you had. And yeah, we are expecting awesome questions in the chat area and hope that we can answer all of them.
Hi everyone. I'm not sure if you can see me. You can probably hear me. I'm not sure what's happening with the camera thing. I cannot switch it.
If you go at the bottom, there is a little gear icon. That should be able to help you.
It's need help icon. It's not a gear. Oh, okay. Alrighty.
There we go.
How are you guys?
Doing great. Excited to have you guys here. Thank you so much. Sorry, I had a little person coming into the studio, so I was a little distracted. So I apologize if I look distracted there. No, we're happy to have you guys here. I know Hey Reach is something that some of our audience have been talking about, how awesome it is. So I'm happy to have you guys on, and we're happy to have you on, sorry, and to talk about this amazing product and how you guys came up with the idea for it.
Sure. Thank you very much. Okay, so the idea is basically HeyRich is completely reinventing the whole outreach game, and we are starting with LinkedIn as the channel that has the biggest success rate when you're doing B2B prospecting besides cold calling. The thing is, when we were starting with HeyRich, actually we couldn't get the value for this multi-account outreach with this collaborative prospecting when it came to doubling down on tools like Expanded, DuckSoup, and so on, who are already leaders in the game. And all of the tools on the market were made for individual users. And actually, a really interesting thing is that when instantly launched, we had pretty similar idea when it came to this collaborative prospecting, aka joining multiple accounts to do account rotation on a list of prospects. And actually, it gave us really good inspiration to proceed this way and do the same thing with LinkedIn. Because this is the way entrepreneurs, this is the way agencies, and this is the way the sales reps are selling, reaching out to consistent ICP for multiple accounts. And basically, that was the start of this thing. The initial idea and UVP behind HeyRich was this account rotation type of thing and enabling sales reps to utilize it at the maximum support.
Well, thank you for going over it and being really technical with it. Some of our audience members are aspiring entrepreneurs as well. So you mentioned a couple of like ICP. For those that don't know what ICP is, can you just tell them what that is?
Yeah, really sorry. Sorry
It's
for
okay.
too much into technical. Basically, an ICP is like your ideal customer persona. The idea here is that when you're a team, let's say you're a startup, all of you are targeting same target persona. For example, VP of sales at technical B2B companies. So it doesn't matter if the CEO or the CTO or the growth or the marketing person's account reach out to that person, because all of you have the same goal of converting that target persona, that prospect, into your customer. So basically, HeyRich allows you to actually scale this thing with respecting LinkedIn limits. That's the idea behind all this.
Love it.
Yeah.
I love it. How did you come up with the idea? Like, what was the core? What problem were you solving for yourself with this product?
Right. So all of the other tools allowed us to do spray and pray type of approach, where you can blast hundreds of connection requests and bypass the limits and risk your accounts and everything. What we didn't want to do is we didn't want to risk our own accounts, but we still wanted to scale that LinkedIn outreach prospecting. I mean, like, my LinkedIn account is my business, and if I cannot be 100% safe in that thing probably I wouldn't prospect with that thing. So the idea behind HeyRich is we are using our own accounts to scale that LinkedIn outreach with staying within the LinkedIn limits and playing by the rules. So basically, that's the type of major problem we are solving right now. Safe plus scalability.
Yeah, and you're not going to get blocked or your account shut down for over promoting something, and that's always the risk. So if anybody is starting a podcast, I would definitely get a SendFox account and create an email list. At least then you control where the traffic goes, and you can still have Facebook. If Facebook shuts you down, or Instagram shuts you, or YouTube shuts you down, then at least you've got your email list backed up. But if you're creating community like this, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube love it. Even LinkedIn loves it. So
LinkedIn has the option to create groups, and you can use HeyRich to connect to your group, correct?
Yeah. Basically, you can invite people to join the group. For example, you're having an event, you can invite them to join that event. You can start conversations with them. You can connect. You can automate profile views, engagement with the audience, and so on.
I love that. What was it like? I have some questions, because I'm pretty sure some of our audience are also app developers or know people in it or in the entrepreneurial world. What was it like working with AppSumo to get your stuff onto the AppSumo marketplace?
Right. Yeah, it was a really smooth and I would say really organized way of doing the work. Actually, I admired their organization and spreading into channels, Fruit Camp, having everything here, replies, and so on and so on. Another really interesting thing is the responsiveness of AppSumo. I really like that. For example, with our business manager, we even exchanged WhatsApp contacts and it was like calling, hey, we need to change this ASAP and we need to do this, we need to do that. So yeah, pretty positive experience in working with the AppSumo team.
Love that. Love that. What is on the horizon for Hey Reach? Like, what are some of the goals that you guys are looking to accomplish?
Yeah, basically, HeyRich's idea is to become the next generation outreach platform to completely allow sales reps to only double down and focus on the conversations with all of their manual work being automated. So currently, on the short-term horizon, it's coming the recruiter light integration and the email outreach feature, as well as more enrichment when it comes to the data. And down the road, I can only share two things. It's more outreach channels, email, phone, and all of the variabilities that come from that thing to do these combined sequences. And the second thing is more data sources that are not only LinkedIn related. Like everyone is working with the same LinkedIn data, but we're gonna introduce something completely different that can be aligned with the LinkedIn data.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, we got in the private chat the people behind the scenes waiting to come on. We got 4 other people saying interesting.
Yeah, I'm interested in trying because I know how powerful LinkedIn is for creating those business connections, those potential JV partnerships. I know as a podcaster, as an entrepreneur podcaster, I'm always looking for those joint ventures, and I know Hey Reach can give us that access to the next level and allow my team to come in and connect with that. What was some of the harder parts of building Hey Reach? Like, what were some of the stepping stones that you had to overcome?
Right. So yeah, automating on top of another platform is it's a really hard thing to do, especially when they do a change and stuff like that. So I would say that yeah, there were some things like LinkedIn doing a change, something in the background, and we capture it with our monitoring systems, and we need to implement it ASAP. So like waking up at 2 a.m. and recoding a variable that's changed somewhere. So yeah, I would say that was the biggest concern or the biggest obstacle we had on the road.
I would love to hear from Iliad. How did you guys connect? Like, how did you two come together and decide like Hey Reach was something that you wanted to work on?
Well, the idea just came out natural, right? So we were discussing about like everything that we've done previously was, okay, so which problem are we solving? Are we solving any problem when building a product, right? So we did a lot of testing. All of the tools on the market, all of them are pretty great, no complaints there. But okay, so we said, okay, how do we scale this thing, right? So, and Nicola, like we already want to turn ideas into products, and that's the best part in working in a startup that's product oriented. So when you have the manpower to deliver such a product, well, like the software developers and marketers and the sales team, it's pretty natural that it comes one thing to another. So you have this problem, which is scalability plus safety. Nobody's done it. How do we do it? And then you have Nicola, and he says, okay, so we have the guys, let's just build something out and see how it goes. And one thing led to another. So next thing we are working on Hey Reach. It was like there was a first name before and iterations on that as well. So we built out the product, validated the idea, did the market research, introduced new values and new propositions when it comes to outreaching on LinkedIn. So AppSumo came naturally because AppSumo has the best place to promote new products that are aspiring to achieve something great. And one thing led to another. Basically, there is no like major plan on anything. There was always this grand vision of what we were trying to achieve, but you're just compiling the stones to get to the point where you want to be.
Compounding effect, just laying those bricks.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, I think we should just go straight into a demo. Now we've got a background, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I would love to have a demo.
Sure.
Yep.
Let me just find the right path.
Ilya, are you doing the demo or?
Yeah, for sure.
You're gonna do it or?
Okay, no, then you do it, please.
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so what you see here is the dashboard of Hayrich, where you can track basically everything. The thing that we are doubling down are these analytics things that I'm gonna get to later, because most of our customers are agencies who really pay attention to this deep dive analytics. But let's start from the beginning. You can, in the accounts tab, you can go and connect as many accounts as you want. Currently, we offer 3 accounts on the tier 2. Basically, you're just linking them and you're choosing a country or region. And this, guys, is one of the most important things when it comes to the safety. Hayrich automatically dedicates residential local proxies to each of those LinkedIn accounts. We are not sharing them. We are basically dedicating for each account separately. And this can ensure 100% safety on all of the actions. So far, we haven't had a banned account or something the other tools are encountering down the road. Like, the safeties are the biggest priority when it comes to doing this. Second, you can invite your team members. And by the way, keep in mind that you can have as many as you want team members controlling those LinkedIn accounts. We are not charging, or we are not limiting you by team members who are invited here. And as every outreach out there, everything starts with doing the search, basically generating a list of prospects on top of which you're gonna execute some actions. So when it comes to searching, we have all of the possible LinkedIn searches, like extracting people from LinkedIn basic or free search, doing extraction of companies, sales navigator, group members, extracting people who are attending event, extracting people who engaged with a given post, and so on and so on and so on. A really interesting thing here in the search is that basically you can scale this search. For example, LinkedIn returns up to 1,000 results per one account when you're not using Sales Navigator. But Hayrich allows you to connect and select multiple accounts and search from all of these accounts and combine all of those results into Hayrich. So, for example, if you search from 3 accounts, you're not only getting 1,000 results, you're getting 3 times up to 1,000 results. Everything is migrated, the duplicates are removed, and you have a clean list of prospects to work on. You can search by URL, or you can search by this UI that we plan to improve much more to be able to do these Boolean searches. A really interesting thing is that you can extract employees and decision makers from companies. Basically, you're selecting a list of companies that you want to operate on, and you can extract the heads, the directors, whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna start a search and wait for it to finish and everything. I'm gonna jump directly into what the search produces. Like if you're using any other LinkedIn tool, you're basically setting up a campaign in a single step. Selecting the import, for example, putting up the Sales Navigator query, and then right away you're building the list. But we do not believe in this approach, because these lists are your pool of prospects and you need to be able to manage them. So it comes down to this section called My Lists. You can filter out by people list or company lists. For example, let's see with the people lists, you can have a whole overview on all of the data of those people. You can click and see those people, you can find their email addresses, and a really important thing, you can, with single click, export them to your CRM. We have native integrations with the CRM, so you don't have to pay for Zapier or something else to be the middleman between you and the integration. Yeah, down there we're working on this bidirectional sync, from where you can import and have a real-time sync between the list and the CRM, but we are going to discuss about that thing later. So basically, you're getting those lists of prospects. You can manage here, you can remove them, you can export, you can do whatever. But what happens when you need to reach out to them? Here comes that outreach that I'm going to show you right now. The campaigns, let's call it Sumo Day. In the Sumo Day, creating the campaign, everything starts with selecting a list of prospects you want to reach out to. For example, I'm going to select these 6,400. Here I can exclude people who are already messaged from the selected accounts, already messaged in total, people who don't have profile pictures, and so on and so on. But let's jump right into the magic. This is the UVP of HeyRich, and this is where everything is getting differentiated. All of the other tools allow you to, for example, select one account and do the outreach on that list of prospects. Each of the accounts sending 20 to 40 connection requests per day, and that's it. But we want scalability, and we want to be able to connect as many accounts as we want on the same outreach sequence. Because guys, as I mentioned at the beginning, it doesn't matter who out of my team contacts prospects and connects when all of us want to connect with that. So imagine this: I have selected 5 accounts, each one of them sending up to 40 connection requests per day. So basically, I have 5 times 40. I can reach up to 200 prospects per day, and this is the magic of HeyRich. Another really interesting thing is that I can set the working hours. For example, I can choose a time zone here. I can choose which days I want the accounts to operate, which days to not operate, set the time, and so on, to not contact the prospects when he is not active. And after you do this setup, we are jumping to the workflow building. Here, everything starts with the actions you want to put. For example, I'm going to send a connection request, and I can do like, hey, first name, let's connect. Really interesting thing is I can do A/B testing up to A to Z and see how each of these copies perform. But another really good thing is this thing here, ChatGPT personalized message, where we can leave ChatGPT to analyze the prospect profile that talks about the interest, the headline, the job title, and so on, and basically construct a message. So, for example, I'm going to choose the tone to be witty. The message goal is to sell HeyRich. And hell yeah, I want to use emojis. Let's see how this thing performs. Okay, so this is what it generated. Hey Sunil, I heard you're the results-oriented leader with 25 years of experience in SaaS enterprise software. Want to take your outreach to the next level? Check out heyrich.io, the ultimate LinkedIn outreach tool. Let's connect. Keep in mind, guys, I only wrote to sell HeyRich. I didn't provide heyrich.io. I didn't provide LinkedIn outreach. I didn't provide anything out of this. It took the message goal. It automatically enriched and found all of the data it has about HeyRich on the internet. It took the person's profile and it constructed a message that, yeah, I would reply to this thing. It's referring to my 25 years of experience, and it's actually helping me know at the beginning why this person wants to connect. And HeyRich does this for each of these prospects you select with this hyper-personalization thing. We automatically withdraw the connection request, so we are not risking your account and everything. You're not required to set up a step, and so on and so on. So we build the first step, send the connection request. There are 2 scenarios: you are accepted or you're not accepted. If you're accepted, then you can send a message and write whatever you want. You can send follow-ups messages, and so on and so on. You can do this branching on top of, for example, if you don't have, let's say, acceptance of the connection request after kind of 3 days, I would like to like a post, but I would like to like the post only if it's newer than 24 hours. And I would like to react with support, not with like. Then I would like to wait, for example, 8 hours, and then add another action and do whatever I want. The goal here is to get the prospect to reply to you. And we are setting up the campaign. We can build the workflow as we want. And for example, we are reaching out to 6,000 people plus from 5 different accounts. What happens when those prospects start to reply back? We have 5 different accounts. Would we manage 5 different inboxes? Would we log in, relog in, charge $20 per inbox or whatever? No, guys. Everything is centralized into HeyRich inbox. We have what's called unified inbox, where you can select which accounts you want to see the messages from. You can filter by a campaign, you can filter by tags, you can sort, you can only see the people who are waiting your reply, and a bunch of other things. And the really interesting thing here is that, okay, my internet is a bit slow. Yeah. The really interesting thing here is that you can add tags to each of those prospects. For example, I can add tag that this guy is a lead. I can add tag that this guy is a demo. I can directly export to the CRM with just a click, add to the outreach sequence. And by the way, while I'm communicating with him, on the right side, I have all of the information about that prospect. And these tags I add here are automatically synced with the lists. So when I export them to a CRM, I have the conversations, I have the tags, I have pretty much everything. And at the end, I'm going to finish up with the detailed, the detailed and deep dive analytics that I can see. Basically, I can compare and see everything. I have all of the accounts, how each of them are performing, the acceptance rate, the everything, and I can do analytics based on a campaign. So, for example, let me see. Okay.
Based on their interest, so like in the conversation, you're collecting this data about them and what they might be interested in regarding the service, and you're collecting all that information. And then when, I guess, if you're in this campaign and you're going to do a targeted campaign, you can use those keywords.
Yeah, actually using the personalization, like using those keywords as personalization variables. Yeah.
Wow.
Basically the job title, the company, stuff like that you can utilize in writing the message. When it comes to the analytics, here basically you can see how each step of that campaign is performing. For example, I can see how many people I have in the first step. I can see how many people are here, how many accepted, how many connections are sent, and everything. I can compare account by account, how each of my accounts perform in the frames of the same campaign. So I can see, for example, if the CEO is getting better acceptance rate, maybe I should put my CTO instead of my SDR in the next campaign, or switch them to proceed much better. And yeah, that's pretty much everything in a nutshell about Carriage. Let me know if you have any questions.
So I'm just going to talk from a podcaster's point of view, because this is obviously a great tool for business owners, because obviously agencies can use this, they can connect, they can find their clients, they can help connect people. But as a podcaster, this gives us the access to reach out to wow, words. You think as a podcaster I'd be able to speak? For potential podcast guests. Like if I'm interviewing entrepreneurs, I can search for entrepreneurs and reach out to them to say, hey, this is my podcast, boom, boom, boom. And we can create this connection so that they can become guests on our podcast. Like this is not only a tool for business owners, but this is great for podcasters, because there is the possibility of automating your outreach, automating your connections that will build the network for your podcast. This is an amazing tool. And you guys have a deal on AppSumo right now, correct?
Yep, correct.
So how about we bring that up, Chris? How about we get the dashboard off and you can bring up the AppSumo deals so our friends and followers and everybody watching the live stream can actually see what kind of amazing deal they're getting on the AppSumo. So I'll give Chris a chance to pull that up, because this was a little bit of a last minute request right here, but
it's a pretty damn good deal, let's say that.
Yeah, it is. What are some of the positives that you guys have gotten from? Here we go. You got outreach at 96% off for your first tier, which is insane because of what you can get. What are some of the positives that you've gotten from some of your clients?
From AppSumo clients, or
from people who have used it? Do you have any tales or stories about how people, or case studies of people using it?
Actually, we have a customer who manages his whole agency when it comes to managing a LinkedIn agency. We have a huge development agency from Georgia who actually, for the first time, allow their sales reps to actually successfully utilize LinkedIn. We have VCs who are using this for reaching out to South SEE region founders and stuff like that. Still waiting for the success story of them reaching and financing a startup. We have a bunch of entrepreneurs using this tool. We are using it ourselves. Like one of the best case scenario is that, for example, with the campaign that we are reaching out to partners and agencies to partner with for their plans, we have 60% plus connection acceptance rate and success with this thing. So yeah, all about success right now.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned right at the start that it's a safe platform, and when you add a team member, there isn't a limit on the account, and you can leverage their network. I would say I'm an expert at that, so it's going to be great. I think I've already got lifetime access to it, so I'm ready to do a product demo and review video after this, maybe one of my first. But it looks really great. Did you want to go into a little bit more detail of what they get?
Sure. Okay, so basically they get all of these features here. Can you scroll down, please, at the comparison between the two tiers? Okay, yeah. So the first, the license tier 1 comes with only one lifetime seat, and pretty much it works like all of the other. The general idea here was to offer much more safe and much more high quality tool than the others on the market, with one account for the individual users who want to utilize it. Like the outreach and the messages and everything is unlimited. We are not putting limit on that. Everything above all of the features that are put there are included. And we are limiting by the number of searches per month, the number of results per search, and the amount of lists each of these tiers would have. Both of the tiers are getting the dedicated residential proxy, so we are not compensating on safety in any possible way. And the second tier is getting pretty much everything unlimited with the fair use policy. Like, we don't want somebody to be rescraping and reselling data and stuff like that. And plus we are adding the email enrichment credits per seat, which comes to 300 email enrichment credits per organization. And we also have the cool ChatGPT hyper-personalization credits here that are added per seat per month, which comes to 3,000 credits per organization. We want to leverage this. We want people to actually get real value out of this. So that's why we are offering unlimited, adding all of these things into that thing.
And that's all for one payment of either $69 or $199. This is like, look, I've talked with a lot of entrepreneurs, and this is like I don't want to say bargain basement, but this is a huge value for the price points. Like, just $200 and you're getting unlimited everything. And that's a one-time fee. Like, that's not $200 every month. That's one time you pay it. Like, people are paying that per month to get half of what you got here. So, like, guys, jump on this deal now. Make sure you use the link that Chris just posted in the show notes, and jump on this deal, because it's going to be going away soon, and you're not going to get that 96% off and like nearly getting this for a steal. You're going to have to pay that monthly fee, and that's going to be a costly for your business or for your podcast.
Yeah, I can see this being a returning Sumo Day tool. And for those that have commented in the group about the quality of the product demos, we're going to talk to Restream, but there are 4 of us on the live stream, and we are sharing the screen. But I think his name is Victor or Fernandez, one of them. AppSumo have got the highest quality production studio, and if you need to go back and watch the demo again, I'd highly recommend watching it there or over on the YouTube channel. You should be able to see this video on there as well.
And it goes into much greater detail than what we were able to do in the last 10 minutes. Of course, I've checked out. It's an amazing demo. I highly suggest you guys go check it out when you go over to the AppSumo page. They'll show you everything in detail, and you'll get a better quality as well. Guys, I can't thank you enough for being here. Anything else you wanted to let our audience know?
Well, it's pretty much that from what we have regarding the deal. I would like to say to the AppSumo community that we are 100% dedicated to building the outreach tool when it comes to doing this outreach. The focus is 100% on quality and on what we are doing. And yeah, we are a team of 15 people, completely dedicated on this thing. We are currently fundraising. So yeah, pretty fun times ahead. So yeah, that's it from my side. Ilya, something?
Thank you guys for this amazing offer. It was really enjoyable to have this conversation with you. Love it that you see the benefits, and I hope that the community sees them as well. It's a pretty amazing deal, if you ask me, as a marketer. So yeah, let's jump into it.
Not biased at all. No bias at all.
No bias at all.
Shameless plug.
Guys, thank you so much for being here, and I'm looking forward to having you guys talk to you guys and use your tools later on. So make sure you check out heyreach.io if you want more details, but make sure you go check out it on AppSumo and get it for 96% off, guys. 96. Usually I see 15% off. 96 is insane. You guys are doing great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You as well. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Chris, that was insane, and I know I'm definitely going to be checking it out because it's going to take my podcasting to the next level. You have that, right? You've gotten that?
I've got the HeyReach Pro, and it's got 3 seats, so that's you, me, and
Mike.
Let's call him out, Mike.
Yes, big Mike. We're going to be doing that. It's going to help us with our business and that. Like Dowdo said, like it's going to take the podcasting link to the next level because you can go for your business, but if you're a business podcaster like myself and Chris, it allows us the opportunity to reach out for not only our podcast, but also for business opportunities as well. So if you're a business podcaster like us, you now have this tool that can be double used. You can use it either, hey, I want to get people on my podcast, or hey, I want to make that connection so that I can start a business relationship with them. And even if you don't have a business relationship, they don't become your client, you can have that opportunity to create a joint venture or partnership or referral, because business is based on referral. When you're in this entrepreneur, business to business, business to consumer, it is a referral type business, and bringing people together. That's what your job is as a business person, bringing people together. Chris, who's the next person coming up? Because I can talk about this probably for the next hour, but we need to move on.
Yeah, so HeyReach, I know we just had HeyReach on, but HeyReach are new to AppSumo, so they might be on for a little bit longer. But this next tool has come back specifically for Sumo Day and will disappear very soon. So I think we've got less than 48 hours until. So this is it. And we've had a couple of people in the community already ask, oh, tell me a little bit more about this tool. So
all right, I'm ready to learn more about this tool.
To invite one of the team members on, and is Wahid from your team as well?
Nope. Bye, Wahid. We'll talk to you in a bit. We have Shabam from HeyBase coming on to talk about HeyBase and the amazing stuff they've done. Thank you so much for being here. Ooh, you are muted.
Shabam. Oh, sorry. Hey, hi guys. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
So there's a couple of people on the restream now. Are they in your team or?
No, it's just me.
Okay.
Just you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, great. So HeyBase. What is HeyBase?
Yeah, so HeyBase is a completely new concept for B2B sales teams. We have introduced something called as a digital sales room. So as we know, B2B deals are long running. There are multiple stakeholders involved, and being everything remote nowadays, everybody is trying to close the deal, get extra customers in. But doing all of that over the email, it is not that of a great experience for your customers. So with a digital sales room solution like HeyBase, you can create one secure sales space for your customers, add all your sales collateral into it, and share that link with your customers. Your customers can join that room. They can chat with you there. They can consume all the content, and you as a salesperson can get all the analytics there. So you know where exactly your customer is stuck or where exactly your customer is interested, and you can do an actionable follow-up. You can do precise follow-up, and you exactly know what part is working and what part is not working. So that's what HeyBase is in 2 words.
This is beautiful. So
we're going to be probably adding a couple more tools to the stack and taking a couple out. HeyReach is definitely going to be part of it. HeyBase is definitely going to be a part of it, especially if it helps the sales process. I'm not much of a hard seller. I'm more of a no competition, let's collaborate. But it's going to help me understand, and because I used to work at AppSumo in partner success, I love customer success. So understanding what my customers' needs are is my priority.
Exactly. And this is what the trend is going on, right? we cannot no longer just go to our customer and try hard selling. We have to educate them, we have to nurture them, we have to solve their issues, we have to understand how to get them to the success faster. And that's what Haybase tools like Haybase would be really efficient and really great for salespersons to do it.
Um, sorry, I just missed. How did you come up with the Haybase? Like, what was the spark that created the need to create this Haybase?
So we were doing B2B sales for like past 4 or 5 years, we know, and this was pre-COVID. So B2B sales was completely different, like going to fancy dinners, meeting with new people, going to meeting rooms and engaging everybody. Then suddenly COVID happened, everything went remote, and the entire sales playbooks, pre-COVID sales playbooks were completely useless now. So we were constantly thinking, how do we improve the customer experience over the internet? How do we close them faster? How do we give them a new differentiated experience, just to help them a little bit? And that's how we came to this idea of Abase, and then we quickly created a MVP. We actually did our initial launch with AppSumo in October last year, and since then we have been just doing repeat launches based on AppSumo users' request.
Awesome. We do have a question in the audience. Might as well bring that up from Donna Mitchell. She's wondering, does Haybase include documents, presentation, insight data, and what information exactly for salespeople? So maybe this could be a good time to maybe do a little bit of a demo to show behind the scenes what they get when they log into the dashboard.
Yes, definitely.
There we go.
Okay, you guys are able to see the screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the dashboard. So as soon as our users will log in, they'll see this beautiful dashboard. Right here, you can see all the templates, default templates, or you can create your custom templates. Right here are all your rooms. So this is our production version. This is what we use in Haybase day to day. So you can see what rooms that we are using. Then once you click on a particular room, you can see the activity page. Now I can see this room is active, the 22 minutes total time spent on this room. Last activity was 6 months ago. I can see the detailed activity log, what happened when. And if I click on insights, I can see an entire breakdown of how time was spent on which particular sections. Now if I click on edit button, I get straight into the editor. So this is the editor, which this is the actually a sales room. This is the editor. On the extreme left hand side, you can see we have all the different components that you can add into the room. On here, you can create different sections, adding different information there. We also have an option to add a video, so you can add a small narrated video right here, and just to explain your and personalize your content a little bit. You can also include your customer's logo here, and then you can share this room with your customers right from here. This is the preview button, so this is how the room will be looking for your customers. And then your customer will also have an option to click on chat, and they can just drop you a message. You can reply right from.
I think it's good to have, so but instead of Facebook getting bombarded with messages, you can keep Facebook just for like community growth and Haybase for specific sales conversations.
Right. So I could just quickly go and create a new room from scratch. A restaurant here. Let's name our room Haybase. Let's create this room for Holidify. I'll quickly go here and search for Holidify, and we will automatically fetch the logo for you. Or if
Wow.
you're able to do that, you can upload it as well. Let me rename this section as the intro. I'll maybe add something as hello world. Let me change it a bit. Then I can add some paragraph, and then I can just go here, copy my YouTube link, search YouTube from here, drag and drop, paste my link, click save. My YouTube video is okay. And maybe then maybe I want them a way to book meetings with me. I can create another section. I can go ahead, copy my Calendly link, then just come here, search for Calendly, drag and drop, paste it, save it. Calendly is here.
Wow.
Maybe I just want to personalize it a little bit as well. So I'll just go here. I'll upload a video as well. This video is like a narration for your sales room, so you can narrate your content just to make it more personal. I've just added a demo video for you guys. We'll just see how it looks. Now if I click on preview, this is the room.
Wow. So I want everybody in the chat who's watching live to either go and get Haybase or let me know if you want me to use this tool in the community.
Subhan, I'm wondering what kind of case studies, like what have you seen some of your users use this for?
So the number one use case is doing it once you have a kickoff call with your customer. Then just creating a sales room for them, adding like intro material or the data sheets, presentations, or your proposal, sharing it into a sales room, and then sharing that link with your customer. This is the number one use case which we are seeing. And the reason is once you do that, you exactly get all the analytics, and you know, like if the customer is not closing or if the customer is not responding, you exactly know like what could be the issue. Or maybe they're price sensitive customer, you might be knowing that okay, they're spending too much time on the pricing section. Then you can just go ahead and do a precise follow-up, like okay, we might revise the pricing and all. So these type of things and insights which are very useful for salesperson, that is what is really required in these days.
Yeah, it's just AppSumo is test, and or no one will say test, and test again. So yeah, that's what you got to do until you've figured it out.
But
Right.
what I love about this is you know exactly where through the analytics where people are getting stuck on. So then you know, okay, this is either a good point, or you can come back and have that conversation, because you can start these conversations with your audience and know, or your salespeople, and know, okay, where are they spending their time? Like, is it the introductions, the solutions, the problems that you solve? And if they're like, okay, they're spending a lot of time on the problems, now let's reach out and say, hey, notice you spending some time on the problems. What were some of the issues that you were seeing on it? Is there something that we need to clarify? Gives you the opportunity, instead of being like, I don't know what their problem is or what they're facing. This gives you so much just the tools, just the back end, the insights is a ton of magic.
Right. And then there is the other side of benefits as well. Rather than you asking your customers to go through long chain of emails, finding documents or links, it gives them a really good experience of just opening the sales room and accessing everything right there and there.
And they can obviously share that with other people, the higher ups. Like when you make sales, oh, here's all the information to like the CTO, the decision makers, instead of being like, okay, here's all the documents, good luck finding it. It's a simple, it's even better than a presentation. My God, this is great.
And if they're spending most of their time in introduction, it's either they're stuck or they're busy or something else got them distracted. So it's just a great way. And I always say, follow up with your guests, see how they are, nurture that relationship. Are they away on holiday, or do they need extra time? And just make every interaction you've got with somebody a human interaction, and lead with kindness from the heart. Be kind, be nice. And I talk about this on a podcast episode I did recently, the ROI of being nice. So bit of a tangent, but helpful for podcasters.
Yeah, I agree completely.
What was the brainchild, or what was the thought process about creating something, a tool like this for your audience? Were you seeing a problem where you weren't able to connect with people to share this, or?
Yeah, so as I said, our previous startup we were into. I was leading, like handling all the B2B sales and all that part. And as soon as the COVID happened, everything went remote. It was just so damn difficult to even get a call with your customers, because everybody is like burned out. Everybody's having lots of calls. So just getting a call with your customer is so much difficult, and there has to be a different way, different playbook for you in a remote work era to close deals. So creating a solution like this, creating a sales room for your customers, giving the content all they want, all they would need to make them decision faster beforehand, so they could consume it at their own pace and time. This definitely helps. You don't need to ask them to book call and then give the information right then and there. They could just go consume the information, make their decision. If they have any questions, they can get back to you at their own pace and time. And that way, it's not like hard selling. You're guiding them towards the success, and you're helping them make informed decision better. So that was our philosophy, and that's how we came here.
Yeah, if somebody doesn't like the word close, it's a
Yeah,
customer success platform.
right.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a great tool. So I'm gonna share my screen again so we can.
yeah,
actually-
let's check out the deal and see what everybody gets. And you, Shaban,
especially for those that are not convinced.
again, 94% off, 69 tier one. Already, what we got? Like, is that 99 reviews already? That's astounding. 5 tacos, which is impressive because I only usually give things 3 tacos. But
No.
I'm kidding.
Look
I'm
at that.
kidding. But yeah, so what are we getting with our first tier, Chris? Let's go down, and Sabam can just share the difference between the tiers here, because there's a lot of stuff. Here we go. Wow.
Yes, so we have two tiers. The first one is a really entry level tier where you can get all the features, but limited users and limited number of rooms. And on the second license tier, you have 20 users, unlimited rooms. You get custom domain. You can get even custom email domain. You can remove the Hybase branding. You get Salesforce integration. You get dynamic personalization, where you can create your own templates, add your own variables there. Then we have Zapier integration and API webhooks, all launched and ready for you to use in the second tier.
As someone who loves automation and is a kind of a fan of Zapier, I love the fact that there's an integration there that can help move things along. And you can, what kind of integrations do we have with Zapier?
So you can create new rooms from Zapier. If there is an activity on room, you can trigger any other hooks, any other zaps there. You can send message into the room. You can receive messages from the room. You can pass and automatically craft a reply. Now with the OpenAI integrations in Zapier, you can like create a new room, hyper personalize using that. So
Oh my
the
God.
possibilities are endless.
Yeah, it's in essence, it's running itself through the Zapier and ChatGPT, so you can focus on other things.
Exactly.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I've just shared the roadmap inside the chat as well. So what you're investing in today is going to continually improve.
Yes.
And yeah, do you want to talk to what's coming? Is there a big update coming soon?
Yes. So there's a really big update coming. So I would even like to give you guys a sneak peek. I'll quickly share my screen.
An exclusive.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's exclusive, and this is the first time we are showing this to public. So we are actually launching a completely redesigned editor, and this is going to be AI integrated editor. So this is a new editor. We don't have we have completely clean and minimalistic look here. We have added an option to add cover here for your rooms, and then you can also, let's say, we have a slash menu here where motion style you can just search for the tools that you need.
Oh my God.
And then we also have one new feature. This is known as Ask AI. So we are going to launch uh, OpenAI ChatGPT right into the editor. so that you can design hyper personalized sales rooms without leaving Haybase. You can simply start typing and we will personalize the content for you.
That's insane. That will take things to the next level. That
Right.
that is wow.
So this is something new. This is right now we're still building it. This is a very early sneak peek for you guys. We just wanted to share with you. But the goal is going forward. Haybase is going to be completely investing a lot of resources in AI. So the number one thing, we are first launching it with the AI writer, and then we are continually going to invest it into adding AI based room summarizations, adding labels to the rooms, or extracting insights from the rooms. So just making life of salespersons easy.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at some of the features that are planned on this roadmap. We have Zoom integration, Salesforce integration. This NDA. This is going to be an amazing thing for upcoming people, and plus you can get it for, like we said, 90%, 96% off, or 94% off. Still an amazing, and you get all these wonderful tools. And if you go to the next tier, you get the unlimited package and stuff, and that's just, well, not wholly unlimited, but you can make unlimited rooms, which, hey, that's going to save you time and energy, especially with the integration of ChatGPT and OpenAI into it.
Yeah, yeah. And we have our users who are creating 50 rooms, 50 or 60 rooms every month. So having an unlimited room feature definitely helps.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at how this can help with podcasting, and obviously, if you have multiple podcasts, if you're a podcast agency, you can have different pages that show the benefits of coming on, being a guest on the podcast, and this as well.
Right, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good question by Donna, one of our accelerator students. Is especially the AI going forward. Is there a better test group?
Yeah, so we are going to launch a beta test group later this month. So that is going to limited seats. We are going to announce it later this month. So yeah, definitely a beta
Okay.
test group is going to
So, how many people do you want in that beta group? And
So
have you found them yet?
there would be something like 20 to 30, but not more than that.
Okay, so anybody in the chat who wants to be in that beta group, let me know.
You need to. One of the things is you need to be a member of the Haybase community. So make sure you make that purchase, join the community of Haybase, so that you can be considered to be part of that beta group when they do launch all that AI stuff.
Yeah, and then we can talk about seeing if we can be a part of that, because we love early stage startups and returning tools to AppSumo, and yeah, we just want to help you get as much feedback as possible, or especially on the new features coming. So thanks for sharing the exclusive, and then for surprising me. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, you guys were the first to know it. We wanted to launch it with you guys only, with AppSumo.
Love
Amazing.
hearing that. Love hearing that. I'm looking forward to going better. I know my wallet's going to hate me after today. It especially hated me after yesterday, but today is going to be even worse. It's going to yell at me even more. So I can't thank you enough for being here, Shamam.
So
Yeah, thank
is
you.
there a oh no, we've got a couple more minutes with you. Is there an affiliate program at Haybase so that when they join,
Yes,
they
yes, we
can at
have
least
an
get some?
affiliate program. So anybody who is interested, they can go to our website, haybase.io, and in the footer section, they will find all the resources for our partner program.
Awesome. I love that.
Great. Well, we're definitely going to be transitioning from, well, Thinkific is a great coaching platform, but you pay for it monthly. So we may be, maybe, I think I am going to be switching to Haybase because I don't have to pay monthly for it.
There you go. One-time fee.
You're an ambassador for AppSumo. Why are you paying monthly for other tools?
There you go. It's all right, Chris. You're started out. We're building up. We didn't know about how powerful Haybase is, so now we know it's going to be even. It's going to take our business to the next level, and it's going to take other businesses to the next level with this lifetime deal.
Yeah, definitely. And that's our mission. We want to make sure salespersons are empowered, and especially in this age of AI and all, we definitely want to make one salesperson a 10x salesperson using all the AI related technologies available at their fingertips.
Yeah, AppSumo's mission is to lower all barriers to entry into entrepreneurship, and our goal is to lower or limit the barriers to entry into podcasting. Like we edit your podcast for you, we help you find your guests, we have the thriving podcast launch community, and most of the members are in there right now, and we help each other find JV partnerships, affiliate partnerships, make the podcast journey much easier than me and Phil have had it the last 2 years trying to figure it out, putting the hours in, so you don't have to. And we've got some phenomenal partners, including AppSumo. We get to use the tools, test the tools, bring founders on, is it Shabam? I want to make sure that
It's Shubham.
Shabam.
Okay, Shabam. Bringing founders like Shabam on, we get to create incredible experiences like this and have interviews with so many different experts to help you get to the next level. So that's like limiting your barrier to into entry. Phil, do you want to have any comments on what I just said?
You said it beautifully, and my brain was just working on like how someone could use HeyBase and something that's for as a podcaster, because that's how I look at everything. And this is a great place to put your info for your podcast for episodes. You can make a page. If you get the unlimited, you can make as many pages for your podcast right there. You can have your show notes on there. It's a dedicated place. It's easy to use. It's not like updating a website. And then you can use not only what was I just forgot the first one. HeyReach in conjunction with HeyBase, you can have them together, so your outreach is bringing them to, hey, this is the benefits of coming onto a podcast, or hey, this is the benefits of having a podcast. Here's some previous episodes, and it's all on HeyBase with the unlimited rooms. These two together is, yes, great comment. I believe it's from Tanya. I'm not sure, but I can see this replacing landing pages in some way. I think it can. This is the future of landing pages.
It is. Actually, if you see, website is a generalized website, right? It is not personalized for each of your customers. But if you can create really personalized landing pages or a microsite for each of your customers, just think how that is going to convert.
Oh yeah, no, this is genius. I love this, and like you said, it is a personalized, especially with the AI helping you make it even more personalized. It's going to be taking this to the next level. Shabam, I can't thank you enough for being here.
Thank you, guys. It was pleasure talking to you and demonstrating all new features that we are going to launch.
Oh, thank you for the surprise, first edition. Like, this is what you get when you watch our live streams. You get these amazing possibilities to see something first and foremost before they're even announced. So I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, thank you. Pleasure was
Thank
mine.
you so much. I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Two incredible tools.
Two incredibles. Both HeyBase and HeyReach will take your stuff to the next level. HeyReach will start bringing people to your connections on LinkedIn, and you can bring them over to HeyBase so that they can see what you could do in this personalized expert. As a podcaster, this just simplifies my life. Like, think about, you can add the calendar link right there, so you can go, hey, this is my podcast, this is some of the previous guests, here are some of the benefits of becoming a guest on the podcast. Hey, become a podcast guest here, all in one simple place. It's not a website, it's not more work for you, because it's simply done, and you got HeyReach doing all the outwork. Like, Chris, back-to-back bombs here, and lifetime deal, so you don't have that monthly fee. Again, something as a podcaster we love, because podcasting takes a while to start bringing in that income, and so if you can find ways to cut costs, these two tools take it to the next level. They help minimize the amount of work you have to do. I just love it, Chris.
Yeah.
Chris, another
what a
thing.
lineup! Hey, what a lineup!
Two majors right off the bat. I don't know if the rest of the people can follow.
Yeah, well, I think we definitely have someone that can definitely follow from that. We had some incredible product demos yesterday. It was product demo heavy, and I wanted to make sure that we gave you a little bit of variety. So there's going to be surprises. We're running a giveaway right now. If somebody in the podcast launch community could drop that in there, that would be really helpful. You're going to win a professionally branded website by Podcast Launch Agency. Plus, we've added a couple of extra things that well, we've been talking to founders who are joining us during the live stream. We've been talking to experts, and they want to give more away. So yeah, somebody who's coming on a little bit later on is going to be sharing about that. But I want to maybe introduce our next guest.
We got time? Yeah, let's go ahead and introduce our next guest. I don't have the lineup in front of me right now, so I'm going to leave the introductions to you, Chris, since you are the expert whisperer. And I thought that guest was coming on a bit later.
Yeah, I have as.
Oh no, that's right. It is.
It's 1 p.m. East.
Yeah. Sorry, no, I misread. I thought they were coming on at 1:30. My apologies, Adrian. Adrian Ashley, a huge person in the Web 3.0 community. Someone that is breaking down barriers. Some of our members are friends with her, know what she's doing. She's changing the game for podcasters when it comes to Web 3.0, understanding how cryptocurrencies or your own altcoin can be used to help you, how to mint stuff with NFTs. We're just making sure that they are here. Chris is going to double check with that. But look, if you are looking to land guests for your podcast, Hey Reach is going to be able to simplify that because it can automate most of your outreach. You can create the workflow for you. And someone who is always busy, knowing that you have a workflow that will follow through so that you don't have to do that follow-up, because the gold is in the follow-up. The riches are in the niches, but the gold is in the follow-up. If you don't follow up with guests because people are busy all the time, having this recurring thing like Hey Reach can actually help you take it to the next level, can help you remember, hey, this is where we're going, and then you can see where they're getting stuck on in your Hey base when they want to become a guest. So we're still checking with Adrian to make sure that she's on. Obviously, busy people can miss sometimes because they're busy handling other situations, running their business and that. Chris?
I think it was definitely my fault there. I probably sent her the wrong restream link. We've got 4 days, 4 different restream links.
No worries, Chris. It happens to the best of us. Sorry, I'm sweating a lot. I can't put my fan on because the mic picks it up. So I am wiping my face here. It is hot right now here in Montreal, Canada. But yeah, Chris, what were some of the highlights that, sorry, I'm distracting you, aren't I?
No, you're not at all. I'd like to ask anybody in the community what their highlights were.
Yes, for those who were watching yesterday, what were some of the highlighted tools that you were having such a fun time with, how you enjoyed watching yesterday? I know you had a good friend of the podcast, Alex Sanfilipino and Max on yesterday, correct?
No.
Oh, is that later today?
That's a spoiler alert. Thursday. No, we had these people on yesterday. We had Big View.
Oh yes, Big View. Sorry, Rec and Go Zen and Illo. Sorry, my apologies. I thought I saw us. I have a lot of people collaborating as well. Sorry, I have all the information here. I'm just so overwhelmed with stuff. Big View, love it because it allows you to film everything on the go with your phone or on your computer, allowing you that teleprompter thing. Rec and Go, a studio in your pocket. Apologies. Hey Reach.
Yeah, let's take a sip.
Yes. Take a sip here and collaborating. What were some of your what was your takeaway from yesterday, Chris? What were some of the things that you were really excited about yesterday?
Yeah, well, I'm really excited about it because coming on this crazy roller coaster journey. Never in a million years do you think I would be running a 12-hour event last month for podcast launch, for Podcast Show London, to celebrate a year since we started the community, and then having members of the community meet me live. So big shout out to Dante, Tanash, Robbie, and Roxana. You made me very happy. And then Deirdre and Ash from Capshow, who will be joining us on Thursday to demo their product. And, we got an exciting announcement to make as well.
Capshow is an amazing tool. I know our buddy Mike uses it, loves it exclusively for his podcast. I know a lot of other podcasters love it. I'm on Deirdre's email list for Capshow, and I love the updates that they're getting. It's a phenomenal tool. If you haven't started using it, check it out, because they are just. It is an awesome tool. Still waiting up on our guest to show up here. Sometimes this happens with live events.
I've sent her the link, and it just the link's not opening, so I'm not sure why. But that is not an issue. We can always move her to another day. That's totally fine. But we really would like to see her today. It would be nice. But we can talk a little bit about the accelerator.
Yes, let's talk about the accelerator. One of the benefits of joining the community, joining the accelerator, is you get over 15 years of experience in podcasting, from growing, monetizing, and launching podcasts. You get a community that is there to help you, connect with you on guests. Let me just bring this. There we go. Sometimes it's out of focus. I don't know why. But it allows you to connect with other podcasters who are slightly ahead of you, at the same space of you, and further along. And the connections are great. If you're looking for guests, there's a plethora of podcasters who are willing to connect you with some of their previous guests, or even if you're looking to guest on podcasts, because they're in the entrepreneurial space, they'll be able to help you. And now, of course, we're going to bring on our expert in the Web3 space, Adrian. Ashley, thank you so much, Adrian, for being here. Sorry for the mix-up. So glad you could be here.
I am so excited to be here. And I have to say, okay, everybody loves Black Friday. I happen to be an AppSumo addict. So you're like, do you want to do Sumo days? I'm like, yeah, let me see. Yes, I do. Let's see. How many AppSumo products have I bought? 270 something since it launched. I don't know, a lot. And this is the best part. I've returned over 20 of them, maybe even 30.
Wow.
Which is willing to buy them, because returns are no questions asked. You just go refund. And if you're feeling like you really want to help, you give them feedback and explain why you refunded it, which only helps the startup build a better product, right? Because the reason you're getting these lifetime deals, the old saying, if the product is free, you are the product. Well, if the product is beyond reasonable priced, you're the product too. But that's okay. I literally live on my AppSumo purchases. And you're talking about podcasting, and I'm like, how did I miss like the lifetime ultimate platinum BCast deal? Like, come on, guys, bring that thing back, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of these that I'm like, no, they can't be expired. I need to be able to pay like $1,000 a year and get nothing expires for me, right? Like, not a king sumo. I want like omnipotent sumo. That's what I want.
Right in the chat. Bring BCast back.
back.
If you want to see BCast back, let's try and get them back on AppSumo.
Yes, they need to be back, because I was very I misunderstood what my schedule looked like, and you only have so much time until things are gone. And so I only bought 5 seats. And 5 podcasts, right? And I meant to actually try it out and hammer it, because this is what I like to do, is but then I think at that point I bought like 20 that day. And so it just didn't happen. And then by the time I figured out how baller it was gone. And then I was like, I'm salty. I'm really salty. So like, I need something. And then I really want to talk to them about like putting on a whole Web3 side of it, right? Because you've got all this cool killer stuff. And we got a lot of AI stuff, but we don't have a lot of really Web3 Web3 stuff. And I think, even if we just start with little baby steps, like, token gated logins versus Facebook logins, maybe, I'm just saying, like, little baby steps. How do we move everybody over into little baby steps? And then they got this one, oh my God, and I want it, and it's fabulous, but I can't do Web3. And I'm like, ooh, it's got a custom code in there. I can put in my own JavaScript. I can token gate that myself.
Yeah. And it's about limiting the barriers to entry and understanding what Web3 is, and having a simple tool or a simple solution is going to make the adoption to Web3 easier.
Right, because here's the deal, right? I have so many people that are pushing back, and they're like, oh no, I'm not very technical. I'm not very technical. I'm like, you use email every day. You don't know how it works, so stop it. You don't have to be technical to understand the nature of an unfuckwithable ledger of what actually happened. That is all. Just think of it like that. Don't be afraid of it. It just means if somebody does something wrong, there's evidence. There we go.
It's also holding things accountable. Everybody knows who's touched it, who's come in. Who can get access to this smart contract. That's what not Bitcoin. Sorry. I'm forgetting all my words today. My God.
Have you not had enough coffee?
I have not had my coffee today. That's the reason. It is like it's nearly 2:00, and I'm 1:00 now, and I haven't had my coffee. That's the problem. I'm trying to limit the coffee. I'm trying to limit the coffee because I'm an overdrinker of coffee. So
yes. No, there's no such thing as an overdrinker of coffee. If your body feels good, it's good, right? It's when you start to get jittery and you don't feel good that you should stop, right? But I drink 10 cups a day and I'm fine. Although apparently I was really excited about this because I was up and I was on AppSumo, like literally devouring all the sumo deals until like 2 a.m. And then I couldn't stop thinking about it. And then I woke up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, I think I was up at that time doing Instagram stories.
Yeah, I know. I got the messages on my phone. Thank you for that. At 3:00 in the morning, my time. It's so nice, Chris. Thank you.
Yes. We can't miss it. We're just so excited because literally I went through and I was like, oh, I need that. Oh, I need that. Oh, I need that. Oh, this other one that I literally, what is it? It's called Suite. Oh my God, you guys. Like I'm sitting here, I'm launching my venture fund, Slay Ventures, and I'm going through and I've had 30 demos this last week for fund administration portals for the investors, for my limited partners. And it's like, 15,000 to 79,000, no big deal, right? And I'm looking at this and I'm going, with a few tweaks, this would do the same thing. And it's like, it's Suite, which is a free deal for a month. It's only for a month and 3 clients. But the old deal was freaking baller so I want that old deal back too. Can I have Suite? I'm making a list of all the things that I missed that I want. And then I need to literally, just kind of like get with AppSumo and say, let's make a deal. I have a globally broadcast talk show that reaches 600 million households worldwide. And I'm, been in startups for like 20 years and I'm kind of influential. I don't know, 119 million globally, 74 million in the US personal reach. A little bit and tour all over the world, speak at all the conferences. So maybe, that might have some value and maybe you can get me a BCast lifetime ultimate legacy, whatever it is that you guys got that I'm really jealous that you got. And then all the other things. I'm just saying, this stuff is great.
Well, fortunately, you're talking to the right person, and we can make those AppSumo connections. So
I know. Oh, and
you're in the best room right now.
Okay, so then I was looking at the offer, your accelerator offer, right? And now keep in mind, hi audience, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Adrienne Ashley. I'm the #1 woman in blockchain influencer in the world, 2019, 2022. I have a globally broadcast television show that is about to be released. But previously, I had launched the Crowded TV platform, which was the only and first crowdfunding platform for, I got a pop-up here, sorry, crowdfunding platform for reality TV and talk shows. And we took our first talk show from idea to national broadcast television to 100 million households in 4 months, fully funded by sponsors. So when you are doing your podcast and you're doing things that look like this, it's not that hard to up level. It's a very light lift. And I was looking at all of the things that you guys have in your accelerator, and I went, ooh, 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 wait, ooh. That was me. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ah, ah. Yeah. I mean, seriously, like, I can't even. And I was like, oh, I might just have to have you guys run this shit for me.
We're okay with that. We love doing that.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for new JV partners, and we're reaching out to all our guests that are on Talking with Experts. Right at the start of my journey, I said, if I ever do events or if I do anything big in the future, you're going to be invited to do it with me exclusively. So anybody who appears on Talking with Experts gets that exclusivity to partner with me. So we're already having those conversations with some big players, and you're new to my network. So as of like a month ago, you send me an
did have like
email.
the bestest bonding session, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I do want to drop some alpha on your people here who are having a podcast, and maybe they want to turn it into a television show. But I didn't want to, not that I didn't already dominate the conversation, but
please definitely do it. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to go in a little lecture mode here for, well, just like 5 minutes or so. And then maybe if you guys have questions, grab a paper, grab a pen. In the group in Facebook later, I will post the quote unquote show notes. So everything I talk about will hopefully stay in my mind long enough to put them in the notes. Okay. So you have a podcast. Your podcast is an audio podcast. Well, you could up-level it to a video podcast. And with a video podcast, then you dice it up into 30 little pieces, both portrait and landscape, and then you spread that all out over social. Make sure to get the very, very best quotes. And there are a whole bunch of tools, especially with AI, that will pull out the best quotes from your stuff, right? To make it really, really easy. You can take all that content, schedule it out. There are social platforms, social scheduling platforms on AppSumo. Don't ask me which ones they are. There's like 10 of them. Pick the one you like the best and schedule out your content. So when you know that you have your podcast dropping 48 hours before, start dropping that social and then push it for the whole rest of the week. But you want to constantly be giving great shareable content, right? This is the big thing. People are like, how did I get so big on social? Well, my tagline is I start conversations that matter. So if you wonder what's going to share, and just go look at Goalcast, look at how they do that, right? It always tugs on a heartstring. It always makes somebody think about something. It's always relatable, right? Another one is if you were born in the 60s, you drank out of a garden hose, like that kind of thing, right? Things that throwbacks, and people are like, oh my God, yes, right? Okay, so if you're a business, here's something to think about. Because you have a podcast, you could do a video podcast. And if you're doing business to business, or you're doing it as expert branding, or you're doing it something like that, great. Okay, podcast is definitely the way to go. Do you want to be a thought leader? So you can do your, raise handy plumbing tips on a podcast, absolutely. But raise handy plumbing tips in a television show, probably not going to translate as much value, right? Because people definitely search for raise handy plumbing tips on YouTube when they need to figure out how to get what they just dropped down the sink out of the sink, right? So that's more of how to fix it, quick information. If you are not SEO optimizing for Bing and for Bard, you really need to, because AI is literally reading all your stuff. So transcription is absolutely huge. There is a tool on here, literally just go to the Sumo page, go to the Sumo Day page. There is a transcriber on there. It will transcribe all your videos, and you want to make sure you have all that text in your podcast because it's all getting read. And that will help you rank higher on Google. Now, so here's what I'm doing. If you want to create a talk show that's actually a talk show, like an actual broadcast-worthy television show, great part. There's a whole bunch of templates on AppSumo for lower thirds and things like that to make your video part pretty. You can also reach out to Chris and Phil here, and they have some resources that can handle all that heavy lift on the back end for you, which I personally am going to do. I designed it, but I don't want to do the editing. So I'm going to actually hit up their team and go, hey, you guys want to play? So that'll just be much easier. Okay, so here is the formula that is going to blow your freaking mind, and blow up your business. Okay, my show is called Minting the Future. How do I make minting the future so it's not a real heavy burden? Number one, I have a lot of friends in the industry, so it makes it easy. But I do a 1 hour video podcast interview. Why do I do it video podcast style? Well, because I can repurpose it into an audio podcast as well. It gives me things to make into short social clips, but that audio podcast then gets turned into a feature length article, kind of like think New York Times, Forbes, Entrepreneur, really awesome, high quality. That then gets syndicated out to 700 places. Then it also gets transcribed into 48 languages. And those ones that are transcribed into 48 languages then get turned into text to audio into an AI produced audio podcast in 48 languages. Then I take each one of those videos that I did an hour video and I cut them into segments. Okay. Segments. So 6-minute segments. And then from that television show that is once a week, I drive people to watch the full 1 hour video. Now, what do I do? Because this is a sponsorship that I'm charging $25,000 for, and people will pay all freaking day long. Why? Because they're on a globally broadcast television show. Yes, it's on OTT, but hello, 60% is now OTT. They are killing the broadcast. The streamies won. I kind of told them that at NAB show in 2012, and they looked at me like I was psycho. And I'm like, look, I'm always ahead of the curve, so just shut up and listen. Okay, so I do the 1 hour podcast, video podcast. That's a video podcast. That's an audio podcast. That's a ton of social content. That's an article. That's then a syndicated article that then goes into a whole bunch of languages, then gets turned into other language audio podcasts. From that 6 minutes, from that 1 hour, I cut a 6-minute. That 6-minute is put into my television show, which has multiple segments in one television show, along with things like the crypto report and top drops and all the news, right? So it's a very watchable show directed at mainstream consumers. So I'm not going after the degens in the Web3 who already know what a 24 hexadecimal key is, public and private key. I'm going after mainstream consumers who go, what the fuck is the metaverse? And by the way, the metaverse is more than Clubhouse and less than Ready Player One and everything in between. So this is the whole thing. It's evolving. We're all early. You're still an early adopter. You're not an OG. I'm an OG, but you're an early adopter. So get on board now or hockey stick your learning curve later. That's all I got to say about that. Okay. So it turns into a television show. I drive everybody. Chris is like, I knew you talked fast.
Oh my goodness.
Damn. Okay. So look, so I take that television show. I'm driving people to the podcast to increase listens. However, Bcast, dynamically inserted ads. Hello. What does that mean? If you listen to the podcast or watch the podcast in the first 24 hours, which is when I want to spike because I want to hit number one, right? Hit number one. I want to spike. Then what I'm going to do is I'm driving all of those people to listen to the podcast. Those people are actually going to end up getting collectibles or proof of attendance protocols, free NFTs, but they have to get into my community. How do they get into my community? Well, they go to mintingthefuture.com. They go down, join the community, and they go and they mint a free NFT. Why do I do that? Because I'm going to have a training on what the heck is an NFT, why do I need it, what's a wallet, and where do I get it, and what the heck? Because I'm all about keeping mainstream consumers safe. So if you're ever not sure and you're about to send somebody money and there's this FOMO counter on there, the countdown, like they're about to mint out or the timer's going down and you're about to lose the opportunity and it's just triggering you so much you have to do it, pre-install. Always have on your phone and your laptop the Brave browser. Then quickly pop over there, open a incognito window with Tor. That is going to erase you from the face of the earth like you've never been to that website before. Post that link that's giving you such anxiety in there. And if the FOMO counter resets, you just avoided getting scammed. Okay, so that's your safety tip. I have a crypto wallet security worksheet too that I'm going to add into the show notes so you can keep safe. But the whole point, you have them in a gated community. Here's the other thing. Y'all are sending everybody to Libsyn. You're sending everybody to all these different places. And yeah, they can listen to the podcast. But in the podcast, you want to drive them home to your community. Why? You need their SMS. You need to be able to SMS them. And there is on AppSumo Day, there is an SMS and MMS Messenger in there. You got to grab that. It is actually free. Oh my God, you guys, just literally go Sumo Deal Days and go through and just, there's 82 free products on AppSumo right now. 82. Did you download them all? Hello, I did. Okay. A matter of fact, I tried to re-download some of them. It doesn't let you do that. It's like, you already have that. You already have that. You already have that. I got 12 today because I already had everything else. Okay. So you need their SMS number because it's a 90% open rate, 98% open rate, and you need their email address. And preferably like, an actual name of a human being and not, like
George.
Scarf 12. Like, who the fuck is that? Right? Okay. But you do like to be anonymous, but internet marketing says $1 for every email address on your list per month. That is your average generated revenue if you're doing things average. And I mean like mediocre, not even crushing it, just mediocre. So always get an email list. You want to host that email list. Now, here's the thing. Everybody's in Web3. They're like, go to our Discord, go to our Telegram. I'm like, you're fucking stupid. Okay. Well, yeah, I actually do say that. You're fucking stupid. Here's why. I got scammed on a Spooky Boys DM hoax in my DMs on Discord, and I'm an OG. Hello. If I'm going to get scammed, and I've been doing this a while, and that shouldn't have been able to be happening, mainstream consumers are going to get raped and pillaged. So just don't do it. And it's a black box. You're going to dedicate all this marketing, all this traffic. You're going to be sending people, and all you're doing is making Discord and Telegram richer. You need to send everyone to your website, your IP address, your SEO'd actual website, to a token gated community where they can go in, and as a member, you gamify the entire experience so that they are getting more engagement on the platform. They spend 8 hours a day, 20 hours a day on Discord. If they spent that on your website, you'd be on page 1 of Google in a hot freaking minute. So bring them all into your community, token gate that, reward them inside the community for doing things, for promoting things, create a bounty structure with your own custom creator coin so that anybody can get into your community and earn their way into buying things. This is the key. You do not make cash a barrier to entry for your fan base. This is your community. This is your street teams. What you want to do is surprise and delight. So as they start earning up the ranks and you're doing AMAs once a month, right? You do a podcast, great, but that's a one-to-many. You do an AMA, you embed that in your website, everybody's going to show up, and people who earn certain top slots, those people are going to actually get to be like I am right here with these guys on the darn video. And there are platforms. There's one I just got, and it's called Vimeo. Crap. Go to Sumo Deal Days. It's right there. And you can buy the platinum top level tier. I'm so sorry. I should have had notes for this, but I've literally been shopping since yesterday.
No, this is
on
just...
AppSumo. And the video metrics things, I know I only have 3 minutes. I'm trying to shove it all in. The video metrics things, you can literally host videos. You can embed them, and you can have up to 300 concurrent people on the video in the meeting. You can do webinar style, and I think it's up to 10,000 participants, right? So that's really good for a community, right? So you embed that on your website. They have to token gate to get to it, and then they can watch it. If they happen to be one of the people that are going to be participating, right? Imagine you are a superstar. Imagine you're Lady Gaga, and I am a fan of Lady Gaga, right? And I earn my way in the community, and I work really hard, and I spread the word, and I literally recruit more little monsters. Why? Because the more I rank up in this community, whether that is through a trading card game where you're dropping packs, which are really actually easy to do right now, and people buy them and then they trade to get the whole set, because that set that upgrades them, or they get a super rare, then they get to be on the actual video like I am right here with Lady Gaga. Can you imagine the fandom, right? It's all about the experience, and it's all about the community. And Web3 is not as hard as you think it is. And I'm actually going to make Chris do a Crowded TV Accelerator with me to get podcasts to go to. And we're going to bring Kay into, one of my girls. She's an NFT certified consultant that I've been training to take over the NFT into podcasting, into television piece of this, because everybody needs to do it and they're not.
Oh, I agree that
Donna is here as well.
Donna's here. She's crushing it.
Donna is like the key. I swear. She is like enterprise, Fortune 500. Somebody says stakeholders, and literally my eyes roll into the back of my head. I'm like, you need to talk to Donna, right? Podcasting, entertainment, NFTs, you need to talk to Kay. Nonprofits, you need to talk to Terza. Like, don't talk to me about these things. I swear, if they say stakeholders, I will I'll try not to run screaming from the room, but I will be deftly leaving the room as I'm texting Donna. Like,
Donna, you need to be here. This is not my game.
these people are scaring me.
They're
Yeah.
using big words I don't like. But I love your point, Ashley, in saying that your podcast is a TV show, because it is. It is the future of the genre. We've moved to streaming. We have streaming platforms. We have live streaming platforms, like we're using Restream right now. You have Twitch. You have YouTube Live. Like, there's enough platforms that everyday people can have a TV show. The quality of the TV show will vary, and the good will always rise to the top. But allowing us to have a location like a gated community where you do your Patreon, if you will, or anything like that. No, I'm just saying, like,
no.
Web3 future.
No, I'm saying take it from Patreon to the Web3, like moving from Patreon to Web3. That's what I'm saying.
I know. But the Patreon model, right? The Patreon model, you have to look at the subconscious way you are engaging with your community. And if you are engaging in a Patreon model that says, I am a starving artist and you need to give me money and I am begging you for money, and you don't want to ever do that. And things like this that look like this, experts charge. What does that say?
Never chase. Experts never chase.
Never chase, right. Okay, so sponsorship model. The sponsorship model that you want to be building, it is not, I want to have this many subscribers for $1 or $5 a month. Yes, that can work if you're taking off your clothes on OnlyFans. So, or you're eating so much food, you're going to actually eat yourself to death. Then that's 10 grand a month, but it's not worth it. The health risks are horrible. So this is a video podcast format. This is not broadcast worthy. However, getting this to broadcast worthy, not a heavy lift. There are literally templates like with Wirecast, and you can do it with what's the studio? The free one. It's basically the open source of Wirecast. You can literally set it up to say, I want this frame.
OBS.
OBS. There we go. Thank you. So you can literally set it up to do that. And actually, there is a new one on AppSumo that just came up called Recon something. AppSumo Days. Go look. It might even be featured one at the top. You can have up to 12 input sources and 4 other audios, and it'll parse everything out. And the front end, the UX is rough. I mean, rough, right?
Rough.
But it's a lifetime for nothing, practically nothing, right? Buy it. Just buy it and wait on it. It's kind of like in 2009, 2010, when people said buy Bitcoin, and then people weren't, and it's like, just buy it, like just buy it and sit on it for a little while, right? Yeah, that's why I buy some of these. I'm like, they might not be ready for prime time right now. They look like they're on the right thing. I like the roadmap. I'm just going to get it now and then forget about it for a hot second and then come back to it.
Buy it. I hopped in here. All I heard was buy it, buy it, buy it.
Buy it.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
Adrian. Sorry to hop in there, but these two boys are incredible, and they work for your favorite company, AppSumo.
Do they? Okay.
We do.
Conversation about my obsession with AppSumo, and you can probably see from my account because you can look me up on the back end. I'm just a little. And the problem is, it's like, oh, I don't buy shoes, I don't buy drugs, I don't drink very much. I don't have any vices, but I do have an AppSumo addiction.
You're just a collector.
No, I'm an executioner, and I'm always like I need this to do this better. I need this, and I'm also a female founder. So as you know, we only get 1.7% of the venture funding. So we have to do more with less or nothing. And so I like my lifetime deals, because if I end up going on a CRM that's costing me $1,000 a month and I can't pay it for a few months, I lose my account and I lose my ability to make money. So I like to build on tools that I know I'm going to have forever. So I love your lifetime deals. Past, we need to come up with a little thingy here where we can get me like the lifetime legacy baller platinum that the boys have.
You want more? You want more than a lifetime deal? What else can we offer you? We got 10% off right now.
Because I only got 5 seats, and the suite. I need the suite old legacy deal because right now the free one. Everybody go get the free one. It's right there. It's free. You get 30 days for free, and you get the whole big baller everything. Only 3 clients, but you get to try it out. I'm doing it right now, and it almost does everything I want. And I'm probably just got a little learning curve to get to everything I want. But seriously, I need some special time alone with you.
We'll set it up after the call. Actually, we'll connect you guys.
Yeah, we should have Brendan from AppSumo, Melinda from Podopolo, SA Grant, because we should just have like a big group.
My
together.
first one.
I'm the guy who helps get tools on AppSumo. So any insight that the buyers have helps me create better offers with the companies that's going on AppSumo, which creates this beautiful flywheel situation for all of us.
Perfect. So you know how you now have a whole bunch of AI on AppSumo? Mm-hmm. I would like you to have a whole bunch of Web3. And we can start with just the little baby steps, right? Just a little baby login, a little baby NFT token gate login, like that plugs into your WordPress. So, but it's pretty. It's not ugly as freaking sin like the MetaMask one is right now. That does a little, and even better. Okay. Whoever is watching this is what I need right now. You know what Wallet Connect is. Everybody knows what Wallet Connect is. What I need is I want my own darn wallet. But I want it to look like it's with Wallet Connect and everything else. So I want you to be able to log in with Coinbase and MetaMask and Trust Wallet and mine, right? Like somebody make that as a WordPress plugin, and I will love you forever and talk about you forever. And I am actually like a very desirable pimp because I'm good at it. Freaking good at it.
And we had a private call before this, and it was just as entertaining. This is live.
The entertainment never stops.
This is live, and I'm decapping.
Well, our job is curation. So if you could give us a tool name, Jason can reach out to the tool. I can talk to the tool, and we could do like a live whole process. We just need a little bit of insight, investigation for where we should put these orders in.
Oh, I know everybody. I got Bitcoin in 2009, and I've been in blockchain full time since 2012. And I built the naughty dating app for good girls that gets women laid by putting consent on the blockchain. Kind of ends the Me Too epidemic. But we ran out of
Wait. How do you get laid on the blockchain? What's going on?
This is a conversation everybody wants.
Yeah.
So women need safety, security, and certainty to say yes, even to dinner, right? So if I know for certain, because the blockchain has proven and there's been official everything that, you are single, because 30% of the guys who ask me out are married, or then I like them and everything's going well. And then they throw in the, I'm actually married, but we're ethically non-monogamous. And I'm like, then there should be a hall pass on the blockchain with details, right? Caveats. My friends have been married for 25 years. They've got a 3-day or 3,000-mile hall pass. No questions asked. Don't bring anything home. Don't ask me. And it's worked for 25 years. And I'm like, great.
Wow. So every vacation's just Europe, never Mexico.
No, it's 3 days.
I'm not letting my wife go to Europe if that's the case.
3 days or 3,000 miles, right? Either way.
Oof.
So anyway, I'm just saying.
I didn't know married suitors was such an epidemic. I haven't come across the problem myself yet. So
I'm telling you. And then now I live in Miami Beach, right? And so I'm from San Francisco, right? So I live in Miami Beach because if I don't have my gays, like something's wrong with the world. So, but I would like to date a straight guy. But that's kind of not, you can't tell here.
Really?
No. It's pretty hard to tell.
Well, okay then. How do we come back from this?
Anyway, but my point is putting the consent on the blockchain, full transparent communication. What are we really doing here? We're having dinner. Yes, I know you're taking me to a steak dinner. That doesn't mean I'm having sex with you. So full consent on the blockchain with an agreement, right? Consent pre and post actually leads to a better time. Just saying.
Amazing. Well, so what was the name of that tool?
Which tool? My dating app?
Yeah, what was the should we put it on AppSumo? Is that what this is, a pitch?
That's going to be a hard pitch to know, but
that's going to be
try and make it happen.
He'll like watching this replay, but I'm not sure.
If you pull out the smart IID, which is the digital ID, which is actually what we should talk about putting on AppSumo. is the first piece of the puzzle. That's the nucleus of the whole thing. And then it goes into everything like last minute beauty bookings, all the way to voting.
Well, thank you so much for your time today, Adrian. I know we're going to have a debrief after this with Brendan, with some other people we know, just to help you get your vision across. And we can talk PG stuff. We can switch back to PG stuff.
Yeah. Sorry. Bcast and Osweep. Legacy.
Okay.
Closed deals. I know you got some codes hanging out that didn't get used. You got some codes in there.
We don't get the codes. The codes are gonzo.
No. You gotta hit them up and go, look, I got a pimp who loves you, but you need some codes, man. Codes. Slide some
Put that as
codes.
the subject line. Pimp wants you.
Anybody's gonna open
That's
that
it.
email.
Everybody will open that email. Okay, well,
Thank you so much, Adrian.
thank you so much for being an AppSumo super fan. And
Such a pleasure meeting you.
amazing. Thank you so much, Adrian. Oh,
That was awesome.
that was awesome.
Chris, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm so glad this isn't a 12-hour live stream and we're just breaking them up into chunks, and it's going well. I've been busy today in the emails and on Facebook, and it's popping off, and I'm glad it's popping off. And I'm just so glad that I did have the opportunity to work with you on a team, and I feel very fortunate that I still get to work with you, but just from a different angle, which I prefer. It's a little bit more control, and So
No, man.
Jason, I know
conversations.
So Jason, I know we chatted a lot on Slack, but we never actually met in person. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you as well.
And Brendan, I've introduced a couple of tools to you. Hopefully, Fast Reply or Syllabi or some of the other tools I recommended are in the queue. But
They're in the queue. I think there's a lot of excitement coming up for a lot of those relationships that we've built, man. We're just building worlds out here. I agree.
Yeah, also. So Jason, what is your role at AppSumo?
Yeah, so I work, I'm a senior sales specialist. So I work a little bit on the inbound side. So I've actually been a part of getting some of your products on the marketplace. So for those who aren't familiar with AppSumo, there's the select side of things, which is like the 20 featured products. And I work to get a lot of those in the door. And then I work with the other side of the hundreds of products who might be a little bit younger or might not, fit as large of an audience that we have here on AppSumo. So I work to get them on and get them some exposure as well.
Yeah, and what was it? 2021 when I had Chris on Talking with Experts podcast. We were running the Black Friday $1 million giveaway, and he just advised me that it would make sense to have a go at practicing one customer journey and put something that's really low in price up on AppSumo just to test if it would sell. But right now, I'm not going to go to the stats, but I know it's like upwards of 400 copies of the podcast launch strategy, which is amazing.
It's amazing, man.
Cool. Yeah, so maybe I'm one of your top sellers for digital download products and courses.
You're probably up
I think me and Jason are putting a product on AppSumo soon. We're going to call it the Selling Sassy Project.
Yeah.
So, give us some tips.
Are you going to add Adrian into that conversation?
We might just have to. That'd be a good opening clip there.
Yeah. So tell me a bit about that product. What's it going to look like?
That was an absolute joke. We did not
okay.
have
It was but you do
have fabrication.
Sorry, I'm way too serious. I need to cool down a little bit.
Chris, you're just excited about the products in AppSumo, like most of our audiences, and like Adrian was. My question to you guys is, like, if someone's bringing a product to AppSumo, what are some of the major sticking points you see them having before they're ready to get onto the store or onto the marketplace?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like hard KPIs associated with it, right? Like evidence of traction, evidence of time you spent building a tool, right? I don't think it's ever fair to look at a project and say you've been live in market for a month and have that be the full story. Like, how long have you been building up to this point? takes a lot of emphasis into the tool as well and the consideration, right? But a lot of the beauty of AppSumo on the lifetime deal is looking at the vision of a product more and the founding team in a place that a lot of other avenues don't have that possibility for, right? Because we could say, here's where we're at today, where's the tool going to be at in 6 months? And our buyers get to go a part of that journey and belong in that process, right? So a lot of the AppSumo kind of sales consideration is betting on a good founder, betting on a strong kind of principle, and then target market, right? You have the target market of the world, and then you have the TAM of AppSumo specifically, and making sure there's a lot of kind of coordination in there, right? You go on to agencies, can solopreneurs, SMB owners use you? And obviously things that help people grow their business better is always going to kind of have that like perennial point in AppSumo, at least from my perspective.
I like that. I like that. And for you, Jason, how is it that you do your outreach? Do you use some of the tools that you have in AppSumo to start doing that outreach?
So we actually used to use Mixmax, which was an old AppSumo tool. Amazing tool. Wish we still had them. But now we work through HubSpot. But I use a lot of the other tools. Like I use Hippo Video for video outreach. I've tried out Walaxy for LinkedIn automation. So there's a lot of cool stuff on there. I'm also a little collector. Like I see some tools, I'm like, I don't know if I need this right now, but maybe down the line.
I'm curious what you use for your podcast. What tools are you using for your podcast?
We've gone through a ton of different trials with tools. What we use
Cast
for
Magic.
Yeah.
Cast Magic's a big piece of our puzzles at this point. We use primarily Riverside for recording and distribution, and then I'm a big Premiere Pro guy, so we take all of our video part and I do it by hand, which is probably becoming a little bit irrelevant with AI technology coming out. Probably should hop on Opus Clip or something, but that's kind of like our complete tech stack right now. Cast Magic's our biggest AppSumo player, though.
Yeah, and we had Cast Magic do a demo last month, and we got somebody else who's very close to me, Deirdre from Capcho, who's coming on later. So you'll see differences in the tool.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what your tech stack looks like. I've never heard of Restream here, but it seems
Restream was an old AppSumo deal.
Really?
Yeah, an early. I think it might have been like 2012 or something. I'm not sure.
That's far before
way before me.
But
I'm sure somebody mentioned it to me on the team.
So do you have the lifetime deal?
No.
Okay.
No,
it's funny. Who said it? Somebody before us said, "What?" And I said, "Why am I paying monthly for something?" So I need an alternative, and it's probably Big View. I wonder if Big View does it live stream to. I know it does teleprompter stuff, but we need something alternative to Restream that's a lifetime deal.
Dude, here's a question, Chris. There may be some connective tissue to all of this when talking about AppSumo podcast tools, but did either of you guys ever use Rumble Studio when it was on AppSumo? Because it was a pretty revolutionary approach to podcasting. My partner, his name's Carl, great guy, but it's representing async podcasting. So I don't know if you guys ever tried out that tool, even consider that operation when it was there.
I think Mike may have used Rumble when it was Rumble Studio when it was first come on, and it was still early on, and there was he wasn't enjoying it, the XI, the UX in that. Sure. But no, I use mainly the AppSumo originals. I was lucky. I got the Bcast when it was on there. I got a lifetime deal with that, and I'm excited. I went for the premium package because unlimited everything was key to starting that. So, but I use pretty much your exclusives, the SendFox, TidyCal, King Sumo, or pretty much that's my stack for my podcast. And then I use StreamYard to do the recording, since that was something that was on first. But if you guys have another live streaming app coming on to the Sumo crowd, Sumo family, I'm definitely going to jump on that because I know how good those tools are.
We would as well. Do you guys generally run two separate podcasts?
So yeah, I have 4 podcasts of my own that I run, and I executive produce pretty much 20 to 30 podcasts right now, helping them grow and monetize. And Chris you have 2 to 3 right now, right, Chris?
What, podcasts?
Yeah.
2. Yeah, I have a Talking with Experts, and then I have a fundraising project, so helping those third-party fundraisers raise money and hit their milestone. So getting the word out, and now we've got a large network is definitely going to help them spread the word and raise money for charity. That's what I love doing, and I'm representing one charity that's really close to my heart. City Year, they empower young leaders and adults, and I took this program, and I was looking for my next opportunity to transition career into technology. Started a podcast, interviewed Chris Chelsea, got hired by AppSumo. So thanks to them.
Wait, so that was right when you had jumped into the tech industry?
Yeah, I had no tech experience, but the podcast got me hired.
No kidding, man.
That's the power of podcasting. Can get you hired at the companies that you don't even know about it by just being interviewed. So yeah,
we've had
interview your boss. Interview your boss. So tell me about your podcast. I know you're doing something really cool together. What was the initial idea, and what does it look like now?
Brendan, you want me, or you taking it away?
You want to do initial, or what it's looking like at present? We can 50-50.
Do a little bit of both. I mean, the cool thing about our job is we get to talk to people building out really cool products every day. A lot of it when you're on a sales call is like very much so like learning about the product itself. And when we looked at podcasts out there, we didn't really see many that were capturing the psyche of the founder in the moment. So we were like, screw it. Like, we have all these resources and we wanted to capture that and capture it in a casual manner. So yeah, that's what we've been doing. So talking to really badass founders in the SaaS space, breaking it down, having awesome conversations, and bringing that to the audience. And then Brendan, now you can take away where we're at now.
It was unique. I mean, me and Jason probably do 50 sales calls a week between the two of us, right? And that's a lot of conversations. And both of us saw our process was definitely stalling. Like, most people have like a 30-minute conversation, very tactical, very KPIs driven. Our calls would go for like 45 to an hour because we'd spend time on the founder. Like, what were you doing before this? Like, questions that didn't really apply to getting on AppSumo, but we just had a lot of fascination for. And we're just uncovering all these stories that are collecting dust and becoming artifacts. We're like, all right, it's kind of selfish just to not share these with the world. So I was like a little bit on that. We're like, okay, let's just take these conversations we're having, take them offline and really dive deep into them. And that was going great. I mean, we have such a huge network of founders that are open to talking with us. AppSumo obviously gave us a lot of those, the hard part of building relationships. Now we're kind of more in a process of looking at the current, like, just border of technology that we're on and this AI revolution that's kind of happening. So we're doing a 2-part series now. We have our founder interviews, and we also have this category called Sassy Sesh, where we kind of do like a real-time diagnostic on a controversial or exciting topic in the AI space, and then break down some tools that maybe aren't coming to AppSumo, but just fascinate the heck out of us at the end of the day, which gets a little bit more wonky and a little bit more conversational than some of the other pockets of the conversation.
Yeah, and for those tools that don't quite make it to AppSumo Select or aren't quite ready, then they can come on the podcast to get
exposure.
That's the goal. And then come back to AppSumo, and then come back on the podcast and say, this is the transformation.
That's ultimately the goal.
I think that was a lot of what excited Jason about it. Was our conversations with partners are in such a window, right? We get to see them before, during, and then a little bit after. And then a lot of the data and metrics, like 6 months to 8 months after, kind of go lost to us sometimes. So this was an opportunity for us to like have that long-term relationship, be like, hey, you're in AppSumo 8 months ago. Like, what's it looking like now? Like, what is the evidence? What is kind of the organic growth that took place? So it just raises our aptitude and knowledge a lot from those partners.
Phil?
I'm sorry. I was on your website. I was on the on your blog, just checking out some of your previous episodes. It's a great podcast to listen to and just learn from. So I was just deep diving. What is one of the things you've learned about jumping into the podcasting space that you didn't think of beforehand?
Ooh, definitely. We wanted to be like super organic conversations to the point where we were just going to kind of freestyle the entire episode from start to finish. And we realized if we didn't have direction, we could kind of get lost in like very long tangents or whatnot, right? We used to tee off every episode and say, hey, give us a quick like synopsis of what you're building. And we didn't realize if we didn't put guardrails on that, we could have a founder who obviously everyone loves to talk about their company. It's beautiful. You're building a baby and putting it in the world. We've had some of those intro logs go for like 25 minutes. So that was something we're like, okay, we should probably be like, do it in 3 minutes instead of kind of give people the entire wheel. And we're very hesitant to like interrupt guests and like get our points across or make it like a 3-way dialogue. So it started becoming very interview centric instead of like 3 people sitting around a campfire.
Yeah, I think like we know exactly what we want to get out of the podcast in the end, and like why we're having that specific person on. Like the middle and like the whole conversation is relatively organic, but like we at least have a direction where we want things to end, and have put some more guardrails on that. But there's still a lot of
you've
fun
got
little
creative
canvas.
control. Yeah, you can choose what you do with the podcast, and as long as you still having fun with it, that's all that matters. It's just
Plus, we didn't realize how like our chemistry as being friends for a year doesn't translate necessarily to talking over Zoom, where you can't like play off each other as well. And if you look at any of our videos for the first episodes, we had like code signals that we do to each other, so we knew who to talk.
That was so funny.
We do little like finger wiggles that nobody else would notice. It'd be like, okay, it's his turn. It's his turn.
We were
Now
so
kinda
eager
just-
to talk to the founders. Like all of us had we both had questions. We found each other, like we were just interrupting one another all the time. And I was like, dude, we had to like pause the first podcast. I was like, yo, we need to like raise our hand or do some sort of signal to let one another know. Otherwise, because I was thinking to myself, this is going to be a disaster editing wise. That was all I was thinking the entire time. Like, oh God.
I think that's a good like podcast hack is having cues. If you have like a co-host, if me and Phil ever did a podcast together, we might do one.
Eventually you get to know one of another's like talk track and kind of like understand like, okay, he's into this. Like I'm going to let him keep running with this. And then you kind of understand the transition when it's like your time.
Yeah. Sign language.
Yeah. Yeah. Baseball coach, you're the third base coach, you know, you're doing all the symbols to hit it out of the park. If you could give a piece of advice, because luckily you guys have this pretty much a funnel for guests coming onto your podcast, because you have the AppSumo. They want, hey, you're not ready for AppSumo, but we would love to have you on the podcast. Kind of like you never lose touch with these individuals. But let's say you're starting out and you don't have the access to the pipeline of guests like you guys have. What suggestions or maybe what tools would you suggest from AppSumo for podcasters to use?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's any tools that specifically are going to like help with your podcasting pipeline directly, but obviously there's tools that will help you build out a subscriber list and whatnot.
Sendfox.
Sendfox. But I think for us, like the biggest thing was to get in alignment before we even started a podcast. Like we knew we had a bunch of people who would be willing to come on, but it's like before you even consider building out a pipeline, make sure that you're on the same page. But
I mean, we've started reaching out to people who we don't have any connection with, right? So it is kind of like net new cold outreach, and we are branching out from just knowing that familiarity. What I've always done is just go meet people in like a medium where it's a conversation. Like all of my introduction is through LinkedIn or Twitter. I don't really leave it in an email. I just feel like email's a little salesy, or it kind of has that tonality to it. And then just leave it really casual and like call it something that you genuinely care about. Like the guests that I've invited that haven't been through AppSumo has been like, hey man, gave a look at your LinkedIn. I'm actually doing this podcast. Think you'd be a killer fit for it. Love if we could just kind of hop on for 5 minutes and see if there's a fit here, man. And just like leave it super that not a sales pitch associated with, and just have it be like two humans connecting with each other, right? I think that's just like authenticity wins out most of the time in outreach.
Yeah, podcasting is such an easy conversation starter. I think we had Dr. Kat Andrews, who launched eHacker Health podcast. She said as soon as she mentioned that she was working on launching her podcast, people were asking her, well, I'd love to be on. And she was able to have a conversation with somebody that worked at Meta, which is amazing.
Yeah.
It just comes
I
up.
think you can have a lot of preconceived expectations that no one wants to go on because no one's listening to your podcast. but only you know that data, to be honest. Like, don't lie to anybody, but just the fact that you have a podcast and you put up an episode gets people involved in it, and they don't know any better than they want to have a conversation with you. It really creates kind of just an environment of people helping each other out and having that authenticity.
Especially if you're talking about something they're passionate about, like especially in like the entrepreneurial world, everybody wants to talk about their product. Everybody wants to talk about what they're building out. Like regardless of who your audience is, like people are very willing. So I think that's like exactly what Brendan said. Like barrier to entry is a lot smaller than you would think. You got to be kind of vulnerable.
Yeah, you have. So I can remember I joined. Oh, my light's gonna drop. Quick reactions there, Chris. I joined one of the Founder Friday sessions with Noah, and we were just asking. I was able to get some good feedback on my podcast and ask, how do I grow it? What kind of questions have you asked Noah personally, and what's the best advice you've gotten from him? Jason.
I would say we are actually potentially trying to get Noah on the pod, so we'll have more of those questions. But we went to like a live event. I don't know if you listened into that with Sampar, Noah, some of his colleagues, and it was just like it was at the perfect time for when we were building things out to understand like where to put your resources, both like time wise and monetarily. And what we realized is like we knew we had something special, but like you can't rush it. So like don't put your time into doing paid advertising for podcasts. They said like that's a waste of time. We're like, okay, check. Like we were gonna be spending a little bit of money right off the bat to get some initial exposure. And they said like, just kind of ride the wave and continue putting out content. And slowly, the podcast game is a slow growth game.
Yeah, my final thought on that is Noah just said like make content that you want to watch, and I always thought that resonated with me, right? Like just build something that you'd be excited to listen to. I've caught myself listening to one of our episodes before, so I guess we're doing something right there.
Even just to listen to it, go, oh, I messed up this episode, or I didn't mess it up, but I've got this repetitive words, or I put myself down. You can, you can really, I think, and as well, we've got somebody coming who's a public speaking coach, communication coach, and he really helps you. Like, just spend 30 minutes a day observing other speakers. What do you like about them? And try to add that into the way you communicate. And it's all about learning, isn't it? If you, and I think yesterday Grant said if you, he's in the community, our branding specialist. He says if you're not learning, you're dying, and none of us here are dying. Well, we're all going to die, but we're in growth mode.
We're in growth mode, right? Yeah,
not for a while, hopefully.
We got at least a few years before we have to worry about death on our doorstep. Brendan, Jason, I can't thank you enough for coming in, talking about AppSumo, talking about your podcast and what you guys do. Thank you so much for being here and being part of the team.
Awesome. Appreciate it, guys.
And before you go, where's John? Before you go, I want to introduce you to Jacob. So I think we've already had a conversation with Jacob and Brandon, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And Jacob, good to see you.
Good to see you, Brendan. I think I owe you an email.
I think you owe me an email, man.
All right.
We're a little hot in here.
Busy preparing for this. Chris keeps me too busy, So
yeah. Oh, that's great. So Jacob also has a production company, but it's focusing on Resound at the moment. Did you want to talk about that for a moment before we jump off? Because I know Jason and Brandon started a podcast. Do you have any advice for them?
Oh, wow.
As a
my goodness.
podcast.
Just come in and drop advice, huh? Right out the gate.
Value.
Your background. I'm looking at your background.
I would say, I think one thing that so many clients we work with, and I know I've even learned in growing a business, I think applies to podcasts, is just find the things that someone else can do and let them do it. Outsource what you can. The whole concept of I could mow my grass, but I would rather pay someone than get out there and do it and spend my time building businesses or creating podcasts or doing other things. So there's a lot of great tools out there to automate the different parts of the process. And I'm sure you guys being connected in the AppSumo world are very aware of them, but
doing our best.
Yeah.
Well,
I think we just have to get better backgrounds. You have this beautiful light display behind you. Jason has just a blank wall. I have a messy kitchen. We gotta figure out the atmosphere, man.
Yeah, I'm gearing up to do some videos, so.
Yeah, it's exciting, but you'll have to show me what you've got going on, show me behind the scenes, or show everybody in the podcast launch community what it looks like.
Would love to.
I took a picture today just to show everybody where I work, and I think I'm going to be brave to post it. I think I've got to just say this is what you work on when you start with a budget, and you invest as you go.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
So,
awesome, guys.
Thank you again. Thank you so much, Brendan and Jason. See you soon.
Awesome time, y'all.
Bye.
Enjoy.
See ya.
Oh, that was fantastic. That was a surprise, everybody. AppSumo joined the show. And who knows? Maybe there will be some more coming soon. Maybe. But right now, I'm playing around with the screen. I don't know what's happening.
Not me full screen. No, let's get. I
don't know what I've done here. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Jason, I've never called you Jason before. I've Jacob.
I've been called Jason before.
Jacob, thank you so much for meeting with me earlier to discuss what we're going to talk about today. And I'm really excited that we've had this opportunity to build a relationship over the last year and a month, because the podcast show was last month, and I jumped into the podcast game and I was looking, how can I find people like me in person? And the podcast show London is the biggest international podcasting event for business podcasts. And I thought, maybe that's for me. And I walked up to a stall. I saw this big sheet saying, join our beta waitlist. And because I was representing AppSumo, I thought, this could be a great tool for AppSumo. I'll have a conversation. And those conversations have just warmed up. And I said, I love you today.
You did. It was a very intimate moment, Chris.
But you build these relationships online, but you also build them offline. I'm glad that I was able to meet Adam, and I've forgotten, is it Sabrina who was in London?
I think you met Isabella and
Heather. Yeah. So, but me and Adam are working together on some really cool stuff behind the scenes. And we did have John pop in with Resonate, but today we're focusing on Resound. So we did have a demo last month for the podcast show, but I would definitely like to go back into a demo and show everybody who's watching live what Resound's all about.
Yeah, love to do that. Thanks for having me. Let me share my screen here.
Let me get that.
All right. Are you able to see that?
Ooh, now we are.
Yes, that's beautiful.
Very cool. All right, cool. So yeah, this is Resound. So we are building AI editing software to automate different parts of the post-production process. And at Resonate Recordings, as Chris mentioned, I started a production agency and we edit a lot of shows. And as I mentioned earlier in my advice of automate different things that you can, so you can streamline your process. This is one of the tools that kind of was birthed out of that and out of us deciding to, try to automate the most time-consuming part of podcast production, specifically the editing piece. So this is Resound. Whenever you log in, this is what you'll see. You will see this circle here. and you just can drag and drop a file, or you can upload a file. So we'll upload one here. And so you just click your file. Also, one thing to note, we do support multi-track. I'll show that in just a minute. If you want to select multiple tracks, you can highlight one and then hold down Shift and select the other ones. And then we'll keep all the files in sync. We make edits on all tracks, but behind the scenes, we keep them in sync so you can do additional production afterwards, have individual tracks as well. So once you select your file, it's as simple as that. You'll see the processing screen appear. And so behind the scenes, we are finding the ums and ahs right now. That's what our machine learning model that's built on is built to identify. That's the most common thing that we edit out of episodes. And as anyone knows, if you say again over and over, it can be very distracting. And so it's really a way to just make your message that much clearer and remove the distracting parts from the audio. So I have several friends, and they're like, you have literally ruined me. Like, all I can hear now are ums whenever people talk or whenever I listen to podcasts or whenever I go listen to someone speak. And so, yeah, just listen, pay attention even to me. Hopefully you won't be too distracted by all the ums I say. So once the processing screen is done processing, you'll see this editor modal pop up here. And we've highlighted the edits that we found in blue. And so the blue means that you need to review them. We built Resound to really not completely automate the entire editing piece. We really want to continue to, I'm an audio professional. We have a lot of audio professionals that use it, and they want to still feel like they have the control, they have the freedom, rather than just uploading a file, making all the edits for you, and then spitting out something that maybe you're not pleased with. And so you can grab these handlebars to adjust the boundaries to make fine-tooth edits. And then, obviously you can play back by hitting the play button. We also have keyboard shortcuts up here, so you can hit spacebar. And then, so these are the ums. So cut means that we will edit that part out, and then keep means we will keep it in and not remove it from the file. So I'm going to go ahead and just walk you through. You probably can't hear that, can you?
Unfortunately, no, I can't hear that. But I assume it's a very long
Yeah, it is. So you can make those adjustments. I'll pull it up in Pro Tools here in just a minute. And
so when you press play, it just jumps to every single next
It does, yeah. So it jumps to the next one whenever you cut or keep. So if you choose to cut or keep here, then it will then jump to the next one, and it gives you the ability, to hear the context before that so you can kind of automate and streamline that process. We have some upcoming features that I'm really excited about. One of those will be to turn off the jump to next edits. Some people would like to review the entire file. The way it's built right now is just to kind of automate that process.
To speed up the process of getting the major edits out so that you can get everything done as quickly as possible. To limit the turnaround time, pretty much.
Exactly. And then I'll go ahead and finish this up real quick.
All right, I love that. Yes, I'm just fascinated by your shortcuts. You got the play, skips, and edits. That just makes things so much quicker.
Yeah. So yeah, you can zoom in and out. You can also adjust the playback speed here. And then once you've reviewed all your edits, you'll see the all done here. And then you simply export your audio, MP3, WAV, or AAF. We have some future formats, additional formats coming soon. So AAF is a type of file format that allows you to open in like Pro Tools or Logic Pro. Basically shows all your edits in a non-destructive way, so you can do additional production. So that's how like our team at Resonate Recordings uses the tool. Let me go ahead and download this, so then you'll see that processing. And then one other thing I'll show you real quick, just on what a multi-track file would look like. So right now we're applying the edits, and then once it's done, it will download. And I'll just put this in this folder. So this is a multi-track episode. I'm going to open that real quick for you. So you can see on the multi-track episode here, you have the speaker view. So we built it, with a very simplistic kind of non-distraction, like just as easy for anyone to basically understand how to use this tool. And so we combine all the tracks on the front end into one. So you're just seeing the one audio waveform, but behind the scenes, you see we have the 3 tracks, and then you can also select individual tracks and it will change to just those individual tracks. But then whenever we make edits, it makes edits on all tracks. So it keeps the tracks in sync. And so then whenever you download them, which I'll show you here, you'll get, 3 individual tracks. And then I will open this AAF. Let me stop the share for just 1 minute. And let's see, am I able to share? There we go. Oh, Chris left us.
Chris is just taking. He got a phone call he has to take, so he's taking a quick 15 minutes. Hopefully, I'm just as good as Chris at handling
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I'm gonna move you over so I'm not
distracted by my pretty face.
Well, yeah, I didn't want the how it shows the video like 100 different things. So so this is the download here, and so this is what the AAF you can see. Oh, can you see my screen?
Not at the current moment, no.
Oh, let's see. And share my entire screen. That's dangerous, but I'm going to do it anyways. All right, are you able to see now?
Not yet. It could take a few seconds. Okay. Still just me and you, unless let me just.
Let me see if I can't share my entire screen. I will just open Pro Tools, then you can see it in there. Nice. Maybe almost.
It's all right. Happens to the best of us when we're trying something, when we're live streaming and that. Always have to be ready for a little hiccups here and there.
Yeah, for sure. Let's try one more time on the entire screen. Share. Okay. All right, let's see if it'll let me share my Pro Tools session. There we go. Perfect. Hopefully this will work.
Oh, I think we need Chris to add it to the screen. That could be the process. Okay. I am not a host. Give me 1 second. I'll message Chris.
No worries. No worries at all, man. I was going to say it kept showing up on my end of like it's sharing a window, but.
Yeah, I forgot. Chris is the host. He didn't make me the host. So I can't get that share anything on the screen. I don't have access to the back end. So yes.
Yeah, what I can kind of explain to.
Yeah, if you don't mind,
I can show it. Pull it up. So basically, the way it works, I open that session in Pro Tools, and it actually creates the individual tracks. So you'll have, like, for that session, I had 3 individual tracks. So there'll be 3 individual tracks in Pro Tools. It creates a session for you already, imports in all the edits that Resound made, and the edits are non-destructive. So like if you need to, make adjustments, you can drag out the audio. It's non-destructive. You can make, additional cuts, those type of things. And so the way it works for like our team at Resonate Recordings to automate the process is, they'll process all their audio through Resound, find the quick edits, the ums and ahs, and then open it in Pro Tools, and they can do additional editing, and just the other day I was chatting with an engineer, and, it took him about approximately 10 minutes to process in Resound, review all the edits, make adjustments. And when historically it was like a 47-minute episode that would have taken him, probably an hour and a half, at least maybe 2 hours to normally edit. And then, obviously he's able to do the additional mixing and mastering, that type of thing in Pro Tools with the AAF export. So
no, that's amazing. So you basically built Resound to solve your own problem, to cut down on the amount of time it took to edit podcasts.
We did, yeah. Initially, it was just for Resonate, and then we were like, okay, let's make this available to everyone. This is too helpful, and I believe will continue to help the podcast industry. If I do agree. I think I heard someone mention this in the last session of like the barrier to entry for podcasting is relatively low, but there's a lot of shows that like quit after their third episode and whatnot, and just the ongoing consistency, right? It can become hard and laborious, and I think anything you can do to like just make your life easier, streamline your processes, allow yourself to like really focus on the content. And so, yeah, that's why we built Resound. Right now, so we're building our own machine learning models. We've been doing that for a while, and so we're training, with audio in, audio out data. We're using a lot, like we're eating our own dog food, having the team at Resonate use the tool, and so yeah, we're really focused on the editing piece being very high quality. Like that's really important for us, and so we have a lot of like brand new podcasters using the tool, and it's very helpful for them. Maybe if you edit your own show, but we also have a lot of like podcast networks, podcast agencies, professional audio engineers, even like freelance editors, that I've even had competitors of Resonate reach out and like that are using the tool, which is really exciting. I believe, it's a tool that we believe will help a lot of people. And so that's why we wanted to make it available to everyone.
And everyone wants snappy results. So for like a freelance editor, it's going to make the turnaround time so much quicker for that
Absolutely.
person.
Like you said, Jacob, 45-minute used to take, for me, I used to have hour-long episodes. That would take me nearly 2 hours just to edit, to make sure that it flows well. But now knowing that the Resound can just take out those ums and ahs, that's 90% of most podcast editors' job, is just getting those ums and ahs and filler words taken out. Now you got a system that will do it. So it takes your workload down to near nothing, like you said, like 10 minutes to do a full episode. If I knew it took me 10 minutes to edit an episode, I would be doing every day 10 episodes a day, because it's quicker to edit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and at least then you can spend the time focusing the additional time, another 10 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever, focusing on more of the creative things, creative editing, things like that you want, most people enjoy.
Yeah, the fun stuff. Not all of us are audiophiles that just love going into audio and making it sound perfect. Sometimes we just want to get that content out, and we wanted to make it sound just as good as possible. And you guys are taking it from okay to good to great, and that. So I'm really happy with the Resound and that.
Yeah, for sure. Chris, now that you're back, can I share my Pro Tools session real quick?
Yeah, do it, please.
Okay. You're gonna have to approve it, Chris, since I don't have that access, because it wasn't showing up before on the screen.
All right, can you see?
There we go. Yes.
So yeah, I just open this and in Pro Tools, and so this is the session, and you see the edits here, the markers that Resound made. Where you can, so there's the and you see you drag it out, and that's actually the there.
Oh,
that was done. So like I was saying, like you can do, make additional adjustments as you need in Pro Tools, and add your crossfades, all those type of things. And then if you cut something out that you didn't mean to cut out, you can go back and drag it back out pretty easily. So that would be the essential process. And at least then, Phil, you said a 45-minute session. It's like hopefully you're listening through and editing would be more in real time. So even if you did do an entire pass through again to edit additional things that maybe Resound doesn't cut right now, it's still likely going to cut your time in half or more. So
Yeah, because you can put it on doubles time and a half, and so like an hour episode is 30 minutes nearly. But you can catch those things, like those the more specific thing that you may not like to hear in your podcast, or if there's a point like the guest said something or re-answered a question, whatever it is, you have the chance to go and do the finer tuning edits that Resound may not have.
Exactly. Yep. So let me stop the share there. And right, we are, like I said, we're training our own models, so we're using like data, a lot of data, and that's very valuable. Obviously, we've edited a lot of shows that resonate and have a lot of data to be able to use the audio in, audio out data, and so we're really excited because right now we're just starting with the ums and ahs. That's kind of the main one we're focused on. And specifically, the reason why is like there's other tools that kind of solve the problem using like a speech to text tool like a Rev AI, a DeepGram, stuff like that. But the edits are just like pretty choppy because it's based off the time code from the transcript. And additionally, it's like it's not built by professional audio engineers and like doesn't kind of meet the standards. Our team at Resonate's always complaining about the filler word removal tool, and in some of the software that's out there. And so, we're excited to, kind of tackle some other problems as well. We'll have stutters, repeats, those type of things very soon in the next month or so. We hope to have silence removal, AI mixing and mastering as well, and then ability to make manual edits. So, really we're trying to get it to a place, like you said, where someone can come in, they can use the tool, and they can, get their podcast from good to great with very minimal effort. And I believe that we've done that, and it's going to continue to get better and better over time. Like right now, you can't even review your edits in real time, unfortunately. In Resound, it just marks it, and then you have to wait until it's downloaded. But that's currently something our team's working on. We'll have that deployed by the end of this month. Also with a few other exciting features, including video compatibility, is something that we hope to achieve in the next quarter. So, yeah.
I love everything about your team. I love the Resonate team. I love the Resound team. Yeah.
I'm excited to see where you guys go and how you guys are going to take it to the next level, because you're learning. You have your own language models that is learning from your stuff. So like the data is always improving. You're able to control it and fix the situations. And since you're audio engineers, like that's you're building a tool that audio engineers will love, and that's the big thing. So like if an audio engineer loves it, a podcaster is just who's not maybe an audio engineer, they're just the talker, and that will have a tool that is like on par with something that an audio engineer uses. It takes it to the next level. That's what I'm really excited. People, specific industries making tools that their people will love, that benefit other industries.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that. And yeah, that's been really, really helpful for us, just to have the team at Resonate, like I said, actually using it, giving us feedback, telling us whenever it sucks, like this isn't good enough, here's what we need to make better. Also, obviously, we have a lot of users on now that have given us a lot of just really great and valuable feedback. And there really aren't a lot of like easy to use digital audio workstations. And so, if you are creating a podcast, you don't have a background in audio or anything, it can be very hard to try to learn that. I literally have a degree in Pro Tools. Basically, I did a 4-year degree in audio, right? And it was mainly focused around music production, but most of the digital audio workstations are built for music production, with the exception, I think, of like Hindenburg Pro, which is a great tool. But it's still, there's a steep learning curve that's out there. So
yeah.
So I love Resound, and the conversation we were having earlier, we were saying, what can we give podcast launch community? I don't know if you've mentioned this with Phil yet. No. Okay, that's great. So we discussed what could be beneficial for everybody in podcast launch community. We decided that everybody is going to get what, Jacob?
So we're and this is a special promo code that we've not given anywhere else. So this is exclusive offer. So for the rest of the month of June, if you use the promo code Sumo Day, it can be all caps or whatever, no, not case sensitive. Whenever you upgrade to any paid plan, you get your first month for free. And so that's available to everyone in the, here.
That's an amazing deal. Jacob, can't thank you enough. Love what you're doing with Resound and Resonate. Thank you for coming on. And
last thing I'll say.
Oh, sorry.
We also are going to give 1 year for free away to the giveaway. Is that right, Chris?
That is correct.
You can share more details on
free
that.
use.
Yeah,
1 year free use of the creator plan.
Nice.
Make the most of that.
Yeah.
Well,
So
good luck.
Anyone can go to Resound FM, create a free account, and then whenever you upgrade, use the promo code Sumo Day, and you'll get free month any plan. So get the highest one. You can always downgrade at the end of the month.
Awesome.
Appreciate any feedback, and excited to hopefully see some new users signing up. Thank you all for having me on.
Thank you so much, Jacob. I can't wait to just talk to you tomorrow or in a sauna or something. Okay.
Thank you all for putting this on. Have a great day.
You're welcome. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now we have a master of speaking of Master Talk, Brendan from Master Talk. I've had the pleasure of talking with Brendan a few times on my podcast. Brendan, thank you so much for being here. Your wisdom in speaking is legendary. So I thank you so much for being here.
Hey, it's great to be here, Chris. Phil, thanks so much for having me on the show. It's good to be back.
Yeah, this is great. It's great to be the host this time. But when you invited me to a couple workshops, and we had the couple from the mastermind come on, or when the accelerator was in its junior phases, we had them come on and learn. And thank you so much for just giving me the opportunity to talk in front of your audience and practice my communication skills. How far have they came? Because I've been working on my communication skills for at least 30 minutes a day.
That's amazing, Chris. I mean, we're always getting better, and I'm sure you're a lot better than where you used to be, like all of us. So keep it up, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. So this is an expert panel. So we've got somebody else on someone very close to my heart, who was not the first, not the third, the second, but the third guest on Talking with Experts. Jamar, thank you so much for being here.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me, Chris.
Brendan, do you know Jamar? Jamar, do you know Brendan?
No, I don't, but it's great to meet you,
Well,
brother.
Brendan, you should know me because I received a reach out from you a couple months ago about doing a podcast episode together, to which I replied, but I never heard back from you.
Oh, that's my bad, Jamar. I guess our outreach campaigns are working a little too
well. I figured it was some sort of, automation mass spread out, but I love some of the work you're doing. And listen, everything happens for a reason, so here we are.
I have to say, Jamar, you have the perfect, smooth radio voice. I don't know if you're doing something audio-wise, or if that's your natural voice.
This is what God blessed me with. Sorry.
I am jealous that you got blessed with that silky smooth voice.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that.
So I'd love for both of you to introduce yourself. But so because Brendan was first, he was on time. Please introduce yourself, Brendan, to Podcast and Launch community.
It's all good. It's all good. It's great to be here, everyone. My name is Brendan Kumar Sami. I'm the founder of Master Talk. Master Talk is a YouTube channel I started a few years ago to help people master the art of communication and public speaking for free. That was the mission from the beginning. And now, thankful I get to coach a lot of executives and entrepreneurs on how to speak too. And that private coaching practice helps me pay for the videos to make them free for everyone else. So good to be here, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Jamar?
Good afternoon, everybody, or wherever you are around the world. I know people listen to podcasts worldwide. My name is Jamar John Johnson, the Entrepreneur. I'm a veteran of both the Marine Corps and the Navy after 14 years. But I've been public speaking and doing keynotes and stand-up for going on 26 years now. And one of the things that I help businesses do is I help them take their stories and put them into bite-sized chunks and help them go viral by being effective at storytelling in a very compact way. Almost think of it as like a joke, but I believe that that's the key to super connecting, is to make people laugh, to move them emotionally. And then from there, the sky's the limit, as you can see with Chris.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, I was a junior when I started this, and now I feel like the momentum's starting to come, which is, you put 2 years at least of effort in, and you start to see. But super connecting is a term that I learned from you, Jamar, and I took some of your course on LinkedIn. And yeah, I don't know how many students you have on LinkedIn.
Closing in on 17,000 at the moment, and that's all organic.
Wow.
So no marketing effort behind that. But I do some private coaching like Brendan, and I'm looking to expand in the new year. So Brendan, we've got to get together and see how we can put together some sort of live seminar and training. And yeah, I'm really excited to get to know you guys.
You can definitely do a training inside Podcast Launch Community once you've got that offer created. That
sounds good.
Yeah. So we'll meet again. So, Phil, have you met either Jamar or?
I've talked with Brendan a few times. I haven't had a chance to have Jamar meet with Jamar. So this is my first time, and I'm in awe of his voice. I just love hearing him speak. I'm just like, oh my God, I'm in love with his voice. But I'm curious, Jamar, how did you start in the world of public speaking and the world of podcasting?
Sure, absolutely. Great question. So, Phil, I love your name. Feel better. It's like, feel better. When Phil's around, you feel better.
That's what I do. I like to make people feel better about themselves and that. So.
And now I didn't hear your intro. What is it that you do before?
So I am a podcast. No problem. I'm the podcast mogul. I've been in podcasting for over a decade now, and I help podcasters monetize and grow their podcast so that they can make a living. I focus on both entrepreneurs and independent podcasters.
Excellent. Yeah, we definitely have a lot to talk about. So how I got into speaking. So for me, it was a crazy story. Growing up in New York City, my mother, unfortunately, was addicted to crack cocaine for a portion of my young life. So from about the age of 5 to 12, she was running the streets of New York on drugs, and I was living with my grandmother. Now, thanks to the grace of God, my mother got clean, regained custody of her now 4 kids, and here I was, the oldest of 4 kids, moving from the Bronx, which is kind of like a suburb of New York City, to Spanish Harlem, which is like the inner city hood. And so already, because the way I spoke, it didn't quite fit in. And so there was always some sort of drama to get around. And I was always very quick with my tongue. And so as quick as people could throw insults, I could throw them back. And I was a little bit more clever with them, so they cut a little bit deeper. So I was in a lot of fights. And so I realized that my mouth was getting me into trouble. And so my mother started telling me, Jamal, you have to learn how to use tact. I was like, okay, Mom, it makes sense. But one of the things that inspired me was watching my mother go through the recovery process through Narcotics Anonymous. Thankfully, she's going on 31 years clean of her addictions. But I got to watch her share very vulnerable stories in front of complete strangers as a way to reach her salvation and giving her testimony. So that inspired me. And then through a series of incidences in school, I cut school a lot, basically to avoid the violence. So I got left back twice, skipped once, and became valedictorian. But what happened during school was that they had something that brought the best out of me. They had a curriculum where they taught speaking as a part of the requirements to get a grade. So I had to write 20-page papers, and I had to give little 10-minute presentations on every single one of my curriculum. How that served me well was during my junior year, I had interned with a nonprofit called Facing History in Ourselves. And then going into my senior year, they asked me and 2 other students to basically share our experience of that opportunity. So in front of about 2,000 people, I'll never forget it. This is 1997, October 14th, my 18th birthday. I got the opportunity to speak in front of about 2,000 people, and in attendance was Kofi Annan, who was the head of the United Nations at the time. So I got a chance to show my stuff in front of 2,000 people for a charity. I think they raised millions of dollars that night, but I had so much positive reception from that. I realized that I had something. I didn't know what it was exactly, but I was like, I've got it. But that was after years of training at that point. And then also we had a a speech coach that helped us for about 6 weeks leading up to that big event. And there was a moment where I almost went blank during that little talk, which I have the recording of, but no one else knows except me because it's a split second. But I just relaxed into my training. I realized that, here I am, not getting out of it. So why don't I just do the best I can? And it turned out pretty well. And that was 26 years ago.
And you haven't aged since, like 2021. I thought you were the same age as me, but
well, I figured out how to optimize my health along the way, and so while I used to be about 25 pounds heavier than I am right now. During the pandemic, I walked about 12 miles a day for about 4 months, reset the clock, Benjamin Button style. And obviously, when you love what you do and you feel passionate, you wake up every day with no alarm, just energized to go after it. So that's the place that I'm at right now in my life.
Yeah, when I interviewed you, I was just recovering from surgery, and you said, "Yeah, don't just focus on financial, focus on relationships, focus on your health." And yeah, I'm overweight now. Maybe 2 years later, I still need to exercise, but I'm getting there.
Don't forget the foundation of your wealth, which is your health. Because if you ask someone on their deathbed, would they want another $10 million or another 10 years of life? I think it's pretty easy to determine how they would answer that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a viral video game round, I think, and you've probably seen it. Would you want $10 million today or die tomorrow or something, or something along those lines? I'm sure you've seen it, but you would take the.
I would take the extended extra 10 years. Brendan, you are the Master Talk. You help CEOs, C-level execs be able to present properly. How about you give us a little bit of an introduction about how you got into this game as well?
Yeah, for sure, Phil. And great story, Jamar, by the way. That was really inspiring. It reminds me that I have a lot to learn from other incredible people in the communications space.
We all
so
have
thanks
things
for that.
to learn, but yes, Brendan, it's an honor, but thank you for that.
For sure. No, it's funny when you said 26 years ago. I was like, I thought you were 27. I was like, did you start?
I'm 43. I'm 43.
It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. So yeah, I love it. So yeah, so the story with me, Phil, that you already know, but I'll repeat it for the crowd, is when I was in college, I went to business school. And I studied in accounting, which is literally the opposite of what I do today. I was a numbers guy. Oh, you studied accounting too? That's so funny. So I wanted to be a numbers guy. I wasn't looking to be an entrepreneur. That was never the goal or the ambition. Or that's why I was like to say communication chose me. And then I started doing these case competitions. Think of it like professional sports, but for nerds. So while other guys my age were playing rugby or soccer or football, I wasn't really one of those guys. I did presentations competitively, and that's how I learned how to speak everyone. But then as I got older, what started happening is I started coaching other students on how to communicate, not because I was great, but because they didn't have anyone better. And I accidentally developed a skill on how to teach other people on how to speak. And then a few years later, I had the idea for the YouTube channel Master Talk, because I thought, like no one's really sharing this stuff for free online. So I started posting videos in my mother's basement, and then a few years later, it turned into something I never could have imagined. And that's the story. Over to you, Phil.
I love it. Now that you guys are like professional speakers, you help people take it to the next level. What is one of the best tips or a great tip that you can provide to our audience of podcasters and entrepreneurs to make sure that they are present with their talks and be able to give that authority, or maybe just feel like they're in their proper skin? We'll start with
Go ahead, Jamar.
Okay, Jamar.
Sure. Great question. Whenever I am speaking, performing, or even podcasting, I like to remember a very simple rule I call the power of one. Whenever you go someplace, oftentimes you have this grand ambition of, how great the talk's going to be, and all the people who are going to walk up to you afterwards and thank you for coming. For me, what I try to do is simplify it to say, what I really want to be able to do in this moment is resonate with at least one person. Have one person in mind. You can think of it as an avatar, but I feel like who do I think this message is for? Like, what is their life like? What are their thoughts about? And especially when you're podcasting, oftentimes when I'm podcasting, if I'm not on a kind of like a group podcast or a dual person. I'm by myself. I'm podcasting completely alone. And so I like to think about who's that person that I'm trying to speak to. Sometimes it's just a reflection of myself at a different point in time in my journey. But when you think about that one person, what you're going to find is, because of the hero's journey, is that so many of us can find a connection point within someone else's individual journey. And what that does is it simplifies the process for yourself, so you're not in there trying to hit 8 moving targets. You focus on one, and you say, if I can at least impact one person today, I would have done my job, and I'll feel amazing about that. What usually happens is you exceed your own expectations, and which is not hard to do, but without getting, like I said, focusing on trying to hit too many targets at once. So I like to have one person in mind, one person in particular. It could be a reflection of myself at a different point in my journey, but that's one of the things that I focus on.
I love that. And Brendan?
Yeah, absolutely. Love that point about intention, Jamar. Yeah, for me, it would be 2 tips based on the perspective of the guest and the host. So if you're a podcast guest, my advice would be re-listen to your tapes. I'm shocked at so many people in the circuit right now, because podcasting is still technically in its infancy, even if it's matured a lot as a space. People who are guests on podcasts don't re-listen to their own shows, and I think that's crazy. Because if you want to be a world-class guest, you need to re-listen to the questions that the host asked you, and you take a step back and go, hey, if I had a second shot at this question, which you will, because you're saying the same thing over and over again on every podcast you're on, pretty much like 85% of the time, you want to make sure that you give the best version of that answer. And the other piece to being a great guest means listening to the other experts in your space. So when I started in speaking and I wanted to be on shows, I'd listen to Alex Lyon, Vin Jang, Vanessa Van Edwards, all of these, B. Joseph, right? Mark Bowden. I would listen to all of these communication experts and say, like, what are the insights that I have to share that none of the other experts are sharing? So I know how to prioritize them on the show. So whenever I'm on a show, I always try and share things that the other experts aren't, so that I stand out in the space. So that's the guest perspective. The host perspective is realizing that, to Lewis House's point, the host of the School of Greatness podcast, that the pre-show is the show. So what happens is, from a guest perspective, because they're on so many shows, as a host, you need to find some way to hint at the guest that you've done a lot of research on them. And you could do this by doing a quick intro about saying a fun fact that only they would know, or something really corny about them, or asking them really deep questions that they haven't been asked before on a show. So that would be my tip on both sides of the aisle.
I love that tip on finding those questions that they haven't been asked, because that's so important if they're going to be answering the same questions. And I relate it to when you see celebrities when they get interviewed and you see those clips, they're like, oh God, you can kind of see them like, this is again the same question being asked over and over, and sometimes they start playing around and they add those, they talk about, oh, we have to try and drop this word into every question or game, because that's they're getting asked the same questions, and having, you know, the standard boilerplate, but also these extended questions that deep dive into the individual guest is so important.
You know, that actually reminds me, Brendan, because I talk about this in my Super Connecting course, which the book is coming out soon, but I use that a lot in person, which is the asking the interested question instead of the interesting question. And I want to give a real life example, because this one, it really stands out of my mind, because he's a business partner of mine, but he was a mentor from afar first, and he was an artist that I really admired. So I'm sure some of you have heard of a gentleman by the name of Ryan Leslie. Ryan Leslie was a music producer with Bad Boy Records before going off on his own. He was an artist himself, and, you know, Grammy nominated. He graduated Harvard at 17 years old, right? Focused on becoming a music producer. So he moved to New York at 18 with, you know, a dollar in a dream, so to speak. Now he is the CEO, the founder, the creator of an application called Superphone, which many of you might not be familiar with, but you've probably heard of Community, which is the knockoff, which is like they've been trying to replicate what he's been doing. So I remember this was before Superphone really launched. I think that he raised about $6 million in private equity at this point, but it's now opened up into kind of like a community round. But right when they were like a year into that, I saw him in my neighborhood. He was at this shopping center called The Grove. And I recognized it was him. He was walking with just a couple people, no big entourage. And although I admired him for years on YouTube, from his YouTube videos, where he would show the behind the scenes of him making music, making hits with a lot of the popular artists of today, I thought about all the reasons why I would want to go talk to him. But the thing that I actually mentioned to him that got him to really stop and take a moment with me was I talked to him about his application Superphone, and not just that I liked the app, but here's what I specifically learned from him about how to use the app in order to build a really deep, meaningful network. Because there's a saying, your network is your net worth. And so I was like, hey, Ryan, he turned around. I was like, I'm a big fan of Superphone because of what it taught me about creating value in my network. And I saw his face light up as if he'd never heard someone reach out to him in that regard. Because he's also an artist, most people approach him like, man, I'm a big fan of your music, you know what I mean? And so that made him say, pull me in. That made him, instead of me going to hunt him down, he pulled me in. We had a moment. We talked for about 3 or 4 minutes. We took a photo, and then he was like, he looked me up on his application because it would show him how much money I actually spent with him, what albums I purchased. And so what people don't realize is that is how Nipsey Hussle became extremely successful. It was using Superphone to create both one-to-many and one-to-one intimate, deep relationships with his fans / customers, so that when he dropped an exclusive mixtape for $1,000, they sold out like that, because he had people who had already spent time, energy, effort, and resources with him that he could look and see. So rather than them just being a follower on Instagram, they are someone who you've built a little bit more of a kind of database around. And so when you're able to ask those really interested questions, you're able to open someone up in a way that they've never felt before. And that feels like more connection. And I believe the science behind it is because of the fact that it's not a rote memory. It's literally you make them think, which actually has that element of, wow, this is novel, this is new, this releases oxytocin, norepinephrine, serotonin, and that's what makes a super connection possible, is creating that feeling in someone of like, wow, you just opened me up in a way that no one else has ever done. I think I'm in love with you.
No, and it's true. Having those questions that kind of like, it's the stop. It stops the pattern. It's hypnotherapists call it the pattern interrupt, because most of the time when you're on a podcast, you figure, oh, I'm going to be talking about my business, and then someone throws in this question that just makes you stop for a second. You're like, I have to take a moment and think, and those moments those questions are the ones that get remembered far often, because you make them feel better because you're asking a deeper question, not just a surface level question. Just like you did, Jamar, you asked this interesting question, or you let them know that you're interested in more than just his music, in this application that he's done because of what it's been able to do for you.
Oh yeah, here we go, this Superphone link. I am just admiring you. So I was listening to a Stormy song. I don't know if you listen to Stormzy, but he's a UK rapper, and there's this particular song where he was like, Jose Mourinho said, "If I talk, I'm in trouble," and I'm just admiring having experts on this live stream and just listening to you again, and
not interrupting them, when they're
But you know what? And your title on your name, it really is telling. The expert whisperer, because it could mean, hey, I help experts become more, but also like you're whispering, meaning, hey, I'm gonna say a little and let you say a lot and learn from that. Right. That's kind of how I can look. I'm always looking at things in multiple ways. I think I have a little bit of dyslexia in that regard, because I can never just look at one thing and think of it in one way. I'll always have to think, what are the other ways that I could flip this and bounce this and turn it around? And I don't think a lot of people really think that way.
Well, I have to give credit to Phil here. The first episode was with Philippe, and he's a sales expert. Then I had Phil, the podcasting expert, and he said during the conversation, "What's the podcast called?" I didn't even have a name for the podcast at the time, and he said, "Well, you talk with experts. Just call it Talking with Experts."
Yep.
So it got its name, and then maybe like episode 20, and I kept in touch with Phil. Ever since episode 2, I've just been right by his side, and he's given me emotional, moral support, and the ideas to make things like this happen. And he said when Chris from AppSumo reached out to want to be on the podcast, he said, "Just say yes." I didn't even know what AppSumo was at the time. So
I did. I had been a fan of AppSumo for a while, and now that connection, that guest, brought us to doing a full Sumo Day live week for their things and getting to chat with amazing people like yourselves, Brendan and Jamar. Brendan, do you have anything to add? Is there something that you wanted to just mention so that the audience can take away more Master Talkfulness from the Master Talk himself? I'm just trying to plug your show as much as possible because your videos, like I've said in the episodes that I've had, are amazing. You just recently dropped one. You have a talk like series that I just find phenomenal because you go into a deep dive into these episodes. Can you tell us a little bit about those episodes and what made you decide to start that?
Yeah, for sure, Phil, and thanks for the kind words, brother. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so the series that we have on Master Talk is I break down successful speakers and what I felt are the ingredients. So we feature people like Gary Vaynerchuk and Kevin Hart and just different speakers that I really look up to, and I'll spend a few hours kind of just watching their keynotes and pluck out like 2 or 3 themes that I feel are unique to that speaker. But the idea came from one of my friends. I've always felt that whenever you're trying to build something for other people probably matter a lot more than you do. So I just sat down and I just asked them, "Hey, this is 4 years ago, Phil. What advice do you have for me? Like, what questions do you have on communication? I'm kind of lost." And they said, "Why don't you break down famous speakers?" And I said, "Why didn't I think of that? That's a pretty good idea." So that's always been my my point, is always just listen to what people want and just give them what they want, and that's what I've done there. The only other point I wanted to add here is just to build on what Jamar talked about, which I thought was really powerful around the super connector questions. To build on why we value that so much. I've always felt that human beings value scarcity. Whenever there's something that we don't get a lot of, as human beings, we go, "Wow, I want more of that." And in the context of podcasting, especially for like the top guests in the world, like when you have somebody who's been on like hundreds of podcasts, since that person is copy pasting the same text over and over again, when you start asking them brand new questions, one, it throws them off, but it also excites them because they go, "Oh, like I can jump into this and completely go off script and go into the genuine piece." And then they start to see the host differently. But there's also an indirect energy that gets built up, is in the mind of the guest. They think of, "Oh, this is not like my other shows today. I really need to focus here because this person really took the time to go out of their way to prepare for this, and I want to do it justice." And that's a mental frame that the guest doesn't tell the host, but changes their mindset during the show. That's why it's so important to implement what Jamar said.
Yeah, I'd like to know, what books are you reading at the moment, or what speakers do you admire that we should probably look at as well and model?
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to hear Jamar's thoughts on that
Well,
too.
I've been
But I would
going
say,
first the whole time,
please.
but you go, Brendan. I want to hear more of you, man. You're awesome.
Sure, guys. And so sorry, I got to drop in 2 minutes.
It's fine. That's why we're getting you to go first.
Oh yes.
We picked on the cues.
For sure. So for me, obviously, like Jamar would probably say something similar. We probably both studied hundreds of different speakers and how they act, and they're all amazing. So for me, it's all about picking the speaker that you feel best emulates your personal goals. So for that reason, I'll probably spend most of my time studying Alex Hormozi, Gary Vaynerchuk, and Tony Robbins. Alex, because I think his new content in the short form is just so good at articulating. Go ahead.
No, it's the standard now. I mean, they call them Hormozi style videos is what these short form videos are called. So you nailed it, Brandon.
Exactly. But actually, you're actually 100% right on that theme as well. So we study, like, as a production team, we're studying his video so that I can emulate
Sure.
that as much as possible in my industry. Tony Robbins, because he's like the goat of personal development, he's taken it the farthest, and I want to see what I can do to be the communication version of what Tony has done in life coaching and business coaching. And then the third piece, of course, is Gary Vaynerchuk. I just love the way that he's able to relate to different types of audiences. Some people don't like him, but I'm a big fan because he's able to get a 5-year-old and a 50-year-old to listen to what he says. So it's been a blessing for sure.
Well, Brendan, I know you got to jump off, but please, I hope we can super connect another time, virtual coffee. I've got some ideas. I love your work, actually, because of course, when your team reached out, I went and checked you up, and I was like, oh, this guy is on to something great here. So I learned some things from you, and I would love to collaborate. I feel like we can do some incredible things out here.
Absolutely, Jamar. Clearly,
two brown brothers from another mother.
The biggest lesson before I drove for my 3 o'clock call from this session is, my God, why in the world did I not meet Jamar 6 months ago? That was a big mistake, and we're gonna fix that.
We'll fix
so
it.
absolutely.
All right, brother.
Was the platform matchmaker.fm?
I don't remember.
No, it was
Maybe
the other
an
one. It
email,
was another podcast.
Was it Podmatch?
No, it was another one. It was was Pod something. It was
Guestio. Pod. Oh, that's why you didn't hear back, because Guestio is so messy.
Yeah.
That's why I lost so many invites in that intro. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to talk bad and live.
Listen, I'm a big believer that timing is everything. So it happens for a reason, and I feel like now is a perfect season because I'm doing a lot of, like, my mind is set on joint venturing to go to the next level for super connecting. So this is perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Yeah. And I love that, I guess, the podcasting industry is based on collaborating and, first build a network, build really strong relationships. And then when it's the right time, reach out and do. So that's what we're doing as well, is who can we partner with to get to the next level to support the community and do a dual impact effort, because we all want to serve here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be jumping on for 30 minutes or inviting us to do different things together. I love collaborations. I love what podcasting has brought to my life, and I got to meet 3 incredible people. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here, accepting the offer, and being part of my tight inner circle.
Yes, indeed.
For sure. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Take care, Brendan.
Yeah, just.
I didn't get a chance to mention my books. Do we still have time?
Yeah, we still have time.
We still have time.
Let's get you. Let's highlight what books.
I'm in no rush. I mean, luckily I make my own schedule, and I like to give myself time before and after to really be able to process, what happens during calls like these or podcasts like these. So I've got no rush.
That's perfect, because we got a bit of a surprise.
Oh,
yeah, Sumo Day, we said that we were going to do Monday to Thursday from 12 p.m. East to 3 p.m. East.
Okay.
But today we have an exclusive interview.
Oh,
yeah.
Coming on straight after this. So if you want to stay for that, you're more than welcome to stay.
I would. I've got nothing better to
do. Oh, great.
So yes, what books would you recommend people start reading to take their game to the next level?
Absolutely. So for me, my big thing, I think the magic sprinkles that you can add to your ability to communicate is humor. And humor doesn't mean you have to be stand-up comedy funny or even improv funny. Humor means you understand the mechanisms of either being the person who creates the space for humor to happen around you, you facilitate it, or you execute on it. And so there are 3 books in particular that I think are just tremendous, especially as it pertains to entrepreneurs and business owners. The first one is called The Levity Effect. The Levity Effect is a book that has over 1 million people have been researched for this book. And so they looked at the ways in which humor has been facilitated and implemented in businesses. And the net effect is always positive. Improves productivity, improves connectivity, improves the ability for employees to feel like they can communicate when something goes wrong, which unfortunately, I was in the military. You don't want to have people holding back asking questions or trying to correct things that are going wrong, because it can lead to catastrophic results. So the levity effect would be the first one, because I think it gives you actionable steps you can take in your business today. The other one is called the humor code. Shout out to Peter McGraw, who had created a lab at the University of Colorado called Hurl, which was the humor research lab. And so they've done some recent research and kind of moved that ball a little bit forward. And then the last one I would say is the book. It's called Play. And I think that, when we think about creating balance in our life, we talked a little bit, Chris, about health, right? Having financial wealth and not having actual physical health, it doesn't really balance out. And with that, you can't be all work and no play, right? That makes someone a dull person. And honestly, the more you play, the more you find different hobbies and things you're interested in, it actually makes you a more interesting person, so you can actually ask more interested questions. So always kind of developing new things and new interests is going to help you stay balanced so you don't burn out from simply working too hard. So the levity effect, the humor code, and Play would be the 3 books that I would recommend to implement within the next 12 months so that you can be a little bit more productive, a little bit more joyful, and a little bit more humorous within your businesses.
Yeah. They are definitely going on my book reading for my Kindle and my audiobook so I can have access to that. Jamar, thank you so much for being here today and being part of our Sumo Day live stream. I'm looking forward to connecting with you. I sent you a connection on LinkedIn already because I want to be friends and see what you're doing. Can't thank you enough.
Pleasure.
We're moving on to our special guest here, Adil. Samari?
Marcy.
Marcy, I apologize.
Jamal, great. Just real quick, I was going to say, Jamal, I love those book recommendations, and I recommend everyone check them out because I'm a huge fan of comedy books. Can I add one more recommendation to that list of books?
Certainly.
Scott Dicker's How to Write Funny.
Well, he's actually one of my business partners, and we actually sold out on an NFT last year.
Nice.
And so, I can't. That's a great recommendation as well.
Yeah, I interviewed him for my podcast 2 years ago. Great guy, literally great guy. Got us all this stuff. Absolutely wonderful. I'm glad it makes sense you two are business partners.
Yes, it's a small world. Yeah.
Tell them about it, right? Great stuff.
So, have you not met each other either?
No, I've never met Jamal. I don't think.
Never met
Oh, that's great.
Oh, we'll have to connect and reach out and stuff afterwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
all right, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll let you guys take it away. And unless I have something burning that I'm want to ask you, Adil, I'm just going to sit back and listen.
Throw it in, bro. I'm good. I'm all good for this kind of stuff.
So Adil appeared on Talking with Experts season 2, maybe like 54th episode, and then we stopped abruptly to focus on launching podcasts. And we built we live half an hour away from each other.
Yeah.
So and we've not met in person, and that's on me because I had to cancel because of health reasons. But I do want to meet, and we will meet hopefully soon.
Oh, yeah.
It's the summer. You guys can go for a walk. Adil, I just taking a look at your LinkedIn. Sent you a request because you're a copywriter, and as everybody knows, copywriting is pretty much what sells on the internet today. So how about you give us a quick introduction, let our audience know a bit about you, and then we can jump into some questions.
Definitely. Well, first of all, I got to update my LinkedIn. That's definitely for sure. So I no longer write for clients. So I no longer write copy, but I've been writing. Well, I was writing copy because you're always writing it really since I was 12. So 21 and a half years, 22 years in the industry. Since I was 18 till now, we're actually let's see what's the date today? It's the 13th. In the next 2 weeks, we're literally going to cross the $1 billion made for clients mark. In the next couple of weeks, I'm literally weeks away from receiving the confirmation. The number currently stands at 999,800,000. There's 200 grand still coming in from clients in 6 different spaces, and they do about between 100 to 200 grand each. So it's going to be an absolute win. So a little bit of background on me. I've been doing this for a long time. I've written in over 422 markets, written over 17,000 campaigns personally, have an insane track record in what I've done. And basically, yeah, That's just I'm just giving you guys a quick sprinkling because the best thing I can tell you to do is ask me as many humanly questions as possible because my brain works at that speed. The running joke that we have over summer that I'm doing is a film series called Adil versus the AI to see which one comes up with better copy in less time. I'm still going to win that because I've yet to meet anyone that can beat me flat out in less than 10 minutes to come up with a sales letter. And it's usually because I can verbalize a sales letter because I've done this for so long. I can verbalize any form of copy within like a moment of asking a couple of questions. So it's
I love that. I love the series. I think it's something Russell Brand touched on a bit, but having someone who's done $1 billion, I'm just going to call it now. You've done $1 billion because it's if you're just a couple $1,000 away, you're already there. What are you doing now? Like, so you're not a copywriter per se anymore. You're now running your organization. I take it.
So what we do is I have a mentoring company that I co-founded with my business partner, Shiv Shetty, where we train copywriters, but we just don't train them as here's how you write ads. It's more that what we do is they get clients and they send us their copy. We punch it up and knock it out. And the success rate we've had with our students is insane. Like we've had a ridiculous high number of people just like completely crush it in the industry. And personally, I've mentored a lot of people. Like if you guys have heard of Taylor Welch from Traffic and Funnels, he's a former mentee. I've had people like Dan Meredith and a few other people as well I've mentored over the years. So it's the same principles I picked up there that I put them into this mentoring program with my business partner where we move things forward. Outside of that, I also have a training course basically where I train copywriters through what I call the encyclopedia of copy, which is I've broken down all 21 years of my experience so far, and given what I call the box of chocolates approach, which is you can literally go through how do I write a headline? Boom, it's there. It's like 5-minute video on how to write headlines. How do I do a close? There's a 3-minute video on how to do closes with like workbooks and everything else in between. And this just doesn't talk about sales letters. It's about emails, Facebook ads, webinars, sales funnels, different types of email sequences. It's all there. And it's either heavy duty psychology, which is you get access to, or the life is box of chocolates kind. Well, the training is a box of chocolates type, shoot from the hip stuff. Outside of that as well, I'm working on an AI project that Chris knows about that I'm secretly working on right now over summer. And yeah, that's pretty much me. Like I'm trying to like do less now as I go into summer, but those are the projects that are holding my attention at the moment.
What is it about copywriting that you love? Like how did you fall in love with copywriting?
It's human psychology applied. Like this is the crucible. To my armchair psychologists, they're like, well, this would never work. Write copy. Because I'll tell you right now, if you know how to write copy at a high level, and by the way, the last 7 years, I'm going to moan about this right now. The last 7 years, I consider 95% of people that came through that process not copywriters. They're glorified content writers. There's a big difference.
Ooh.
Here's the thing. Glorified content writers, you guys can write sales letters and emails. Congratulations. Good job. Here's what a copywriter can do. That's level 1. Level 2, do you understand the marketing aspect of how to market a business from scratch? Do you know how to run campaigns? Do you know how to do sales processes? Do you know how to do sales funnels? Do you know how to do funnel copy? Do you know how to do product creation, product marketing, innovation, upsells? Do you know how to do literally every process that a business owner needs to have? If the answer is no, I don't consider you a copywriter because when I came up, my heroes were Jay Abraham, Gary Halbert, David Ogilvy, Dan Kennedy. You have Eugene Schwartz. You have these legendary names that literally crushed it at such a high level. They're gunslingers. They wrote for anything and everything because they knew they could run every form of business. And if you don't believe me, there's a reason why a lot of these guys end up having their own products in their own offices because they would actually facilitate these offers for their clients. Their clients would run them. They would make a lot of money and go, hey, why aren't we doing this ourselves? Let's run the same thing for ourselves. And then make a boatload of cash, which is kind of what I'm doing because I've done this for a long time. I've gathered all the stuff that's there. Now we're doing that. But going back to your original point, what makes me fall in love with it is quite simply, it's applied psychology. Like for the longest time, I can see Jamar already picking up Breakthrough Advertising, absolutely legendary book right there. One of the key things that made me fall in love with it was how small little changes make the biggest difference. And Chris knows this, I've talked about it, but and Chris will be very, very familiar with this, the distance control of copy. And this is a perfect demonstration of how the smallest change like the one word change can change the entire meaning of a perception of a reality. So I'm gonna do this very simply, and then we're gonna do a more advanced version of it in a moment. So the very simple version is, and I want all three of you guys just to chime in if you're at home, do this as well. I want you to imagine you're stood face to face with me, like we were literally 6, maybe 4 feet apart, like we're not too far away, or even 6 feet apart, and I said, "This sucks." Where does that statement resonate? Between us, outside of us, further away?
I would feel like between us, because it could be coming from the conversation that we may be having. Because right now I take it that we're having this conversation. You're in front of us. We're talking about copywriting. So this sucks. So this conversation or this moment kind of sucks.
Okay. What about that sucks?
Outside of us.
Yeah, it's over there.
Immediately, like Jamal, you just immediately felt it. Like it's not there. It sucks.
Something specific, but
it's kind of like an in between, further away than that, but it's also somewhat close between that.
It's in our circle. I would say like that sucks feels like it's like maybe could be a mile away. This sucks is the conversation. It sucks. It's like it's just around us. It's within our perimeter.
Yeah. So take it this way. Imagine that I was writing a promo and I wrote something along the lines of, I'm using this sucks as an example, but it's just this, that, and it's. Just look at how this would work. That's the reason. So if you want to know how to write copy at $1 billion level, then you need to understand exactly the processes. That's why I've created this course. Change the word "that's why" to "it's why I've created this course." Change that a third time. This is why I've created this course.
What the
massive changes in like how you feel, right?
Yeah.
I felt like this was like this is it. Right? That was like you're trying to sell me something.
Now let me demonstrate one more thing for you, Jamal, before we jump in on this. What if I went and said, the only reason, sorry, hold on. Your self-doubt is, what was it? Your self-doubt will always get in the way of your success. This is why you'll always be stuck where you are. That is why you are always stuck where you are. It is why you're stuck where you are. I don't know about you guys, but here, whenever you're actually exclaiming something negative, use the word "that is why." Because here's the thing. If I said, this is why it's difficult, what I've already confirmed to you is it's so close between us, and your self-doubt, the self-doubt is the reason you'll never succeed. But if I said the self-doubt, that is why you'll never succeed, you'll take that self-doubt and you put it slightly outside of you where you no longer take the blame. So I don't have to use the words that everyone reads on a sales letter, which is, it's not your fault. I'm telling you it's not your fault by putting all the bad at a distance and all the good in between us.
That's mind-blowing. And Adil, I'm instantly intrigued by how, because as a comedian, I'm always trying to be
fellow comic. You know what's up?
Right? I'm always trying to be very specific with what word I use and why I use it. And I feel like a copywriter has the capacity to be the most incredible comedian because they're really being scientific and with their words.
They can be, but here's the thing. I actually was a comic, by the way, so totally relate to this. Absolutely love being on stage. Here's the thing, though. The reason why most copywriters can't go into comedy and vice versa is because the comedians can't make they can make what is serious light, but they can't make it driven most of the time. They can't drive that feeling in. The guys that write copy, they don't have the deliverability to know exactly where they need to go. And by the way, if you guys want an example for this, because sometimes I critique sales letters every day, or even emails every day, read your copy out loud. Because here's what you're going to find, and this is something that I got from comedy. When you're reading your copy out loud, you will find the natural stop. Because you'll see this when you read a letter, you're like, yeah, I'm ready to buy. Why are they still going? Like, close me. Like, people are begging to be closed, and they can't be closed because people don't know where the natural stop is. Because you get told long form is long form. Here's what long form is. Long form is I'm going to cover every objection under the sun that I need to make in order for you to say yes. But I'm going to be concise with what I'm saying to cover those points. Just like how you can use punchlines. I know, Jamal, you'll love this. And again, sorry for I have a bit of an adult sense of humor, as you guys can guess. one of the sub headlines I'm currently working on in a sales letter I'm writing, if it's cool with you guys, it does use the word cock. I'm not gonna lie, but like it literally just goes with this. After I've explained my back story of who I am, because you have to explain who you are. My thing is, I feel like I'm braggadocious because there's so much I've done because I've spent so much time doing this. They literally wrote a sub headline, which is, "This isn't about me stroking my giant cock," and then directly underneath it, creatively outstanding copywriting knowledge.
Yep.
Oh,
So Adil, I love what you're saying. So one of my mentors in comedy is Dave Chappelle, and he's been doing. He's going to be in Austin, Texas, on the 14th and the 15th of July, which I'm going to be third row from the stage.
So are you going to the mothership though?
No, I'm going to he's going to be at the Moody Theater. Ooh. It's going to be 15,000 people.
Damn. You're third row? Damn. Okay.
But here's the thing. In 2009, Dave Chappelle read my comedy business card on stage.
Wow.
He read it on stage, and you can't read it here because this won't focus. There you go. And it says comedian, writer, singer, artist, handyman. So Dave Chappelle read that on stage and the crowd exploded. And he's like, Jamal, that's the most hilarious business card I've ever seen. And he said, you're going to make $1 billion. Now I'm very far away from generating $1 billion, but Adil, you're the closest thing to it. And so I feel like we've got a super connect in some regard because I want to be I'm the entrepreneur. I want to be able to take comedy, take humor, combining it with solid business principles and generate results.
Yes.
I think there's something there that's untapped.
It is something that we live in a world right now where we don't have enough humor.
I agree.
And too many people, in my opinion, I'd say too many people are too sensitive, and that's okay.
Yep.
That's fine. But if y'all want to laugh, go check out Matt Rife. Go check out Nimesh Patel. Go check out Andrew Schultz and Akash Singh and all those boys.
Yep.
Because by the way, I'm naming male comedians a lot, but like there are some incredible women. Like you guys can go check out Wanda Sykes, Ellen DeGeneres' early stuff. You can go check out the legend that is Elijah Schlesinger. By the way, if you guys haven't seen Wanda Sykes, please go do yourself and watch Wanda Sykes.
Oh God.
The detachable pussy joke has always killed me. Like just simply, I know that's a horrible thing to say, but seriously, it is one of the. If you watch the bit, which Jamal, I'm pretty sure you have, it's a classic routine. And yeah. Anyway,
I actually have a detachable penis bit.
Oh, you too?
Well, I have one about sometimes. I want to go out and be a pure gentleman sometimes, and I wish I could just take it off, put it in the safe, and leave it at home, so that when I go out. It's just like there's no options here.
But I know how you feel because I wrote a joke similarly about Ramadan. I was like, because you can't jerk off. You're like, dude, blue balls during that month. You're like, can I just not take them out, just put them in the fridge for like a month? Be fine. It's all good. Yep. Sorry, just going PG. But
right, it's funny you say about comedy because two people reached out to me on LinkedIn to connect about the live streams that we did last month and this one with AppSumo. You're both comedians. They're called the Laughter Lounge, and they were created during COVID. And I think there's definitely going to be some kind of collaboration between all of us.
Yes.
To either put on a live event and stream it everywhere, and have some great comedians, and then do like entrepreneurship talk and copywriting, and I can see that happening soon.
I think that'll be a blast. I would love to do that. But okay, so I want to make sure that I can talk all day and have fun, but guys, I'm here to serve you, so please ask me some questions.
Jesus, now you put me on the spot. Everything just leaves the mind.
Of course it does. That's more the audience, though.
I would love for the audience to ask some questions since we got Adil here. Where do you see the copywriting space going?
Ooh, fun. Okay, so AI has helped a lot, meaning it's getting rid of a lot of what I like to call the crappy copywriters, which is wonderful. Because what it is now we're in a place, and this is if you're a writer of any kind and you're freaking out about, oh my God, AI is going to take my job, that just means that you haven't up-leveled your skills enough and you haven't actually put yourself differently. Because here's the thing, you're mad at a power drill. That is the equivalent of AI right now. It is a power drill to your screwdriver. So are you going to keep moping around, oh, whatever it is. Use the damn power drill. Figure out how to do it better, faster, easier, but you know exactly what to do, because here's what's AI. AI doesn't have the emotional capacity yet. And I pray to God we never get there, because as soon as we get there, we're entering the Terminator series. Like, that's just as quick as it. If you don't believe me, watch Age of Ultron. Ultron scanned the internet for an hour and was like, all right, humanity's got to die. I don't want to get there. That's basically how that thing started. No one wants to get there. But here's the key thing. The future of copywriting is always going to be down to who can market best. Because being the best person at what you do doesn't always equate being known as the best. I'll give you an example. For a long time, I was sat behind the seats in the quiet room. No one really knew who I was. If you're like, who's Adil Marcy? We don't really know. That's why you can approach me on the street and have a totally chill conversation with me. And then when you start asking questions like, holy crap, who is this dude? It's the reason why I joke about saying, like, your favorite marketer, your favorite copywriter, your favorite guru probably likes me a lot and knows me more than you do. And they're like, holy shit, this is the thing. The reason I say that is because you got to get out there. You got to get out of this BS thing that you've done in your head, which I did for a long time, and start putting yourself out there. Tell people what makes you different. Are you a copywriter, or are you a strategist? Are you someone that just writes the words on a page, or do you take someone's pain away? And also, just a key thing here, start focusing on building the strategy skills that are needed to survive. That was the reason why we were taught from a very young age as copywriters when I came up, that you had to have marketing strategy. You had to know how to put things together, because the reality is, if I can write your ads for you, but also at the same time tell you why your audience wants to buy this thing, what they want to do, what they're thinking, what they're feeling, why it's going to work, and then show you how to put all that thing into place, are you really going to get rid of me? You'd be stupid to, because I'm literally a golden goose. You're going to kill your golden goose. That's what you're going to do. But if I was just the person that wrote the damn thing down and kind of like left it, like, you can be replaced. You can be replaced by an AI. That's fine. What we do can't be replaced by an AI. Yes, you can come up with a really good strategy, but again, this comes down to how the marketplace feels. Feelings aren't always at the surface. There is, if you guys want, this is a perfect example. Look at any breakups that you guys know, where you look at the person and go, why have you two not broken up yet? Because we all have friends that you're like, they should not be together, but they're still together after 10 years. And you're like, they complain about each other, yet they don't end it. Why? Or they leave and they come back, what's going on? And this is all down to because emotions are confusing as hell. So the best thing that you want to do is go into, great question, Cindy. Go into the idea of being able to understand the emotional content of it all is really what makes you stand out. So focus on that. And just to answer this question, which is, do I have any advice for a solopreneur who can't afford a copywriter and needs to write all their own stuff? Self-plug here, by the way, get the encyclopedia copy when I release it, which is fine. But all jokes aside on that, realistically, the thing that you want to focus on is understand what I like to call the story selling matrix, which is essentially just 3 steps. Step number 1, I do a 7-minute video on this on my website, but step number 1 is really simple. It's what kicked my ass so hard that made me want to do what I'm doing. Step number 2 is, on the other side, what's my point of no return that I'll never go back on? Step number 3, how does this all correlate and link together? What's the big arching story here? If you can get that down in 10 points, you now have what I call the infinite content matrix, because you can take between step 1 and step 2, drop that down, do the same thing, and now you have 10 pieces of content or 5 pieces of content. So that's your content stuff sorted. Sitting down to write copy and do the stuff that you need to, look at it this way. Understand how to write a sales letter. That is the most golden goose thing you can do, because that is your Rosetta Stone. That is your Emerald Tablet of Legend. Because once you know how to write a sales letter, Facebook ads, YouTube ads, Instagram posts, LinkedIn, email, anytime sales letters, video sales letters, webinars, anything that you want to do can be traced back to a sales letter, and you'll be able to manipulate the ideas that you get from a sales letter into different pieces of content. That's a couple of things. The next thing I tell you to do, especially if you're a solopreneur, is start documenting areas of your life. Notes, literally sit down when you're walking around, go, okay, look at what's out there, think about how it would apply to your business and what you're experiencing and how it applies to what you're doing, and write an email about it. Let people get to know you, because people want to know you. When they know you, they like you. When they like you, they trust you. When they trust you, they buy from you. The next is, don't do the same thing all the time. I know I'm going quick here right now, which is why I'm glad this is recording. Don't do the same thing all the time. What I mean by that, quite simply, don't talk about the same type of stuff. Don't send testimonials every single day. Don't send value emails every day. Mix it up. Use humor. Use story. Use testimonials. Use struggle. Use personal stuff, whatever it is. Give them things that allow them to see who you are, because people will more likely do business with who you are than what you can do for them. Because in today's day and age, social media has ruined that contract in a good way. And here's what I mean. Back in the day, you didn't need to know if I was a racist or not in order to do business with me. Today, if you find out I'm a racist, I'm not going to do any business with you whatsoever, because you don't want to actually do that. So they need to know who you are and what you stand for as much as what you can do for them. And finally, my biggest piece of advice I give you, which is really the simplest thing in the world, practice. Seriously, practice. And the best form of practice is start consuming media. Start consuming what like movies are coming out, what TV shows you like, what's really, really loved, what's really niche. Because when you start looking at the world from that perspective, first of all, you get an endless amount of quotes that people can relate to. You get a crap load of stories that work and understand the arcs behind them. You can replicate those things in your own advertising as well, and it works really, really well. And essentially, you can adapt. Like I watched I was reading a book a couple of years ago called The Millionaire Fastlane. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. There's a quote in there that says, if you can't make $2,000 in a month, you're basically, it was something like you're worthless. It wasn't like that. It was like, you're just screwed. So I took that and basically turned that into an email. If you can't make $2,000, you're fucked, was basically what I wrote. And the whole email was like, if you can't do this in the next 30 days and you don't have the drive motivation, then you're F'd. Here's how you get around that. And I gave them like a strategy. Here's how you go apply, go buy, done. But essentially that was it. And the reason you want to look at why media is so powerful, there is a reason these people spend billions of dollars to actually do it. Eugene Schwartz, the man that we referenced earlier, I found this out from my friend Roy Furr. Eugene used to actually go watch every blockbuster that came out every single time, because he wanted to see what the big hype was and why people loved it. Because if you can disseminate and see what's there, you can replicate and create, and it gives you new ideas and new creativity to doing what you're doing. So I know that was a lot, Cindy, but I hope you actually caught all of that.
I'm definitely going to be just downloading that last little bit and just repeating it just so I catch everything that you said, Dill. Oh God, I'm so glad Chris connected us also, because yeah, I'm going to have a lot of fun disseminating all the stuff that you put out, and I'm definitely going to take a look at your encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Cindy just said you gave more info than a 3-day seminar just there. Yes.
Boom. This is what I do. I was telling Chris this, like, if you get me on, because I know we've not got a lot of time, but like anytime I do anything, if they're like, yeah, we got a half an hour, it's like, you might want to double that. They're like, why? It's like, I talk a lot. Like, I just love talking.
Hey, I've got a deal. I've got a podcast called Super Connecting that I need to have you on.
Done.
And in particular, I was just thinking about this, Chris, because timing is everything. Literally, the person before was someone that reached out to me that I didn't have a chance to meet. And with you, Adil, I have a friend of mine who has done, I think he's done around 60 million in revenue generated from his copy.
Dang.
But we met doing stand-up, so I didn't know he was a copywriter at all. And he gave me his book and he says, Jamar, you should look into this. And I was like,
what's his name?
His name is Ian Stanley.
Oh, fuck, I know Ian personally. He's a really good dude. I fucking
know.
love that guy. I love that guy.
And as you're speaking, I'm like, wow. But you're like, I feel like you're moving at like 10x his speed, because he's so much more chill. So he doesn't deliver the information that quick. But I have an ADH brain. So I'm like, whoa, I'm picking this all up. It's amazing.
You and I both. This is so I've actually. So this is a fun little humble brag, if you guys will allow me. So Ian he's an incredible marketer, like literally one of the best. He's really good at charging what he's worth, and I think that's wonderful. I love that dude. We connected through our love of MMA and comedy, because I used to train and compete in MMA and Thai boxing, but also comedy. Not compete in comedy, I would just perform. But I actually did two
competition.
Yeah, it's always a competition. Let's go. Especially a Boston night. If you're performing in Boston, either you go home like with your soul, or the crowd takes it. There's no two ways about it. But Ian is a fellow English person as well, Englishman as he is. Man, one thing I'll say is I did 2 trainings for his group, and I still get messages from his people going, those 2 trainings are the ones that we go back to constantly. I was like, I love that stuff. And his stuff is absolutely wonderful. I go through it as well. His meditation stuff, if you guys are going through some stuff, YouTube Ian Stanley meditation, it's really good meditation stuff to go into, so I would definitely recommend.
Boom.
It's a small world, man. I love how everyone knows everyone in a good way. But can I leave you guys with one? I don't know if I've got how long
we can run late. It's all right. You're dropping bombs of gold in this. So
you're the last speaker.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this one question of all 3 of you and everyone in the crowd that's watching and whatever it is, and I want all of you guys to answer it. And it's simply, The answer is if there is one thing, one literal thing that could transform your copy, like one thing that you're like struggling with, whether it's the big idea, coming up with a mechanism, whatever it is, ask that question to me right now because we're going to answer it live.
Ask it or answer it.
Oh, you guys can ask it. I'm going to answer it. It's like, I don't know how to do this close to my product. I don't know how to do this thing. Go.
Well, I would say that I'm still in my infancy training wheel days of being a copywriter. I write copy for a client, and my only job is to just make the information funny. That's what I do for it, really.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were to think about, I want to be able to move people, because I can move people in person on the microphone. I can feel it. I know where to lean. When I'm writing, I feel like I can't write the way I speak. Make it, make it. I don't know, because I feel like I make up words a lot. Like I use different little, there's ways in which you speak that so got it.
Okay, no. I got it, Maestro. I got it. First of all, can I just say you got an incredibly good voice. I love your voice. I really do. Like halfway through, I was like, "Why haven't I actually told him this?" All right. This actually comes back to something that I learned from Dr. John D. Martini, of all people.
Okay.
Was if you can't write, speak.
Got it.
Because this is another thing as well. So a really powerful quote from a friend of mine called Chase Hughes, legend of a guy. Where you speak from is where you are heard. So if you speak from the heart, you're heard in the heart. If you speak from the brain, you're heard in the brain. If you speak from the wallet, you're heard from the wallet. So keep in mind. To answer your question, I'm assuming the question is, how do I inject my personality into my work, but also at the same time connect it on a moving, like how do I move people with what I do? Like how do I bring the presence I have in person into my written word? Quite simply, say it out loud. Read the damn thing, like write the damn thing, then read it and go, how do I make this even funnier? Like it's literally that kind of feeling, even if you're making up words. Like there was a time where awesome sauce wasn't even a word, and now it's everywhere. That's the whole thing. That was like once not a thing, now it is.
You're right.
So
True.
you can play with it. I gave you guys an example earlier about like me saying, creatively outstanding copywriting knowledge, which I'm, as is the adult word, as the acronym. I can only get away with that if I'm saying it with a smile on my face and I'm sharing it. When you read that, you feel my energy, because there's one other thing that I haven't told you guys, and it is more of an esoteric kind of feeling. What mood you write in is the mood that you're read in. If you write angry, people will feel that passion. If you write boring, they'll feel the boredom. So you got to give it. It's more than just information. So find something that because if you make things funny, all you're doing is injecting a certain perception that wasn't there before as a way of changing. So do the same thing. Just move people with the same thing. It's literally, especially if it's video, you can really use visual cues for that. If there aren't visual cues, you can literally you can do little jokes inside sales letters that your audience would understand.
Got it.
Yeah. So just for instance, this isn't like, you can just say, now I'm going to smack you. Now what I'm about to say to you is going to smack you in the face harder than a 6'7" pissed off Tony Robbins that's been deprived of food for 3 days, ready to basically change your life.
Got it.
But, and then you go into what your actual thing
is.
Just as an idea, you can make it larger than life and then just deliver it.
Got it.
I hope that makes sense.
No, that was powerful. I think the real sign of a master teacher, because I feel like I'm on my way to being one. I practice something called LDT, learn, do, and teach in order to master it, is when you can say a little and get someone to have the aha moment internally without having to say a whole lot. And I think before you even got to the explanation, what I gathered from you was permission to use how you communicate with speaking, use that on the page.
Yes.
Don't be afraid of, this isn't, elements of style form as I'm writing it.
Yeah.
And for me, I've used a tool, it's an AI tool, but I've used it for years to help me write, it's otter.ai.
Love it, otter.ai.
So that I can both hear the tonality of how I was saying it. So even when I go back to clean it up and make it look a little cleaner, I'm remembering, here's the energy behind what I said.
Right. One last caveat, because if you're getting hired to write for clients, do this instead.
Okay.
Work on that stuff for you. But if you're working for clients, listen to how they speak. This is the reason I record all my first calls with people, is because what I do is I obsess. I have like 10 questions I ask my clients when I was writing, and some of them I'll give you one of them, which is completely left field. The one that you can use, there's two. There's one you can use and one that is just very much uniquely mine. It's tell me about why you do what you do. They tell me, and then after they told me that, I was like, tell me your favorite ice cream. Tell me your last meal that you'll ever have. Like, tell me about that. And they'll start talking about it. Because what I'm trying to capture is the highs and lows and the mid pitches of their voices. Because if I can hear that when I'm writing, if I'm writing something funny, I'm like, I've got to make it sound like they said this. It's got to come out of their mouth. I've got to walk away with no fingerprints.
Got it.
That's why if you look at sales letters, I'll give you, this is a perfect example to say this. I got hired to write a video sales letter. In a certain style, and it's for a niche I don't usually write for very often. But I wrote the VSL. We didn't run it in the end for whatever reason. But the guy that basically did it, he was like, "Oh yeah, that was it." He was like, "There's too many similarities between what you wrote and the original thing," so I made some tweaks and whatever it was. And the stuff I left in, they looked at me and went, "Yeah, we couldn't run it because of these reasons." Like, you know what's really funny? The person that wrote this is probably a student of mine. And like, what you mean is like the close is my own, including the wording. So I have a certain way that I close people that is uniquely my own and has been uniquely my own for well over a decade, which is, how to get someone to buy. And there's like a certain phrase that I use. And now it's getting to the point that phrase has become my own competition. And that's how hilarious it is because it's quite fun. It's a lot of fun from that. So, okay, Chris or sorry, names have all disappeared right now, and I was.
It's fine. I'm
Jeff.
Phil. That's Chris.
See, I was going to say Jeff, but no.
Kidding. It's fine. I've been called. I used to work in a call
Mr.
center.
Better.
So Mr. Better. Yes, I make everyone feel better.
Yes, he does. I that's a great branding little line. You can say like Phil making it always better. So making it always should be the middle like sign off for you.
Always. My sign off is always invest in yourself, because I believe when you invest in yourself, you become your best self and you can make yourself better. I had a copywriter, I believe it was Nick Cree, not 100% sure if it was Nick, but he said that if you can't write it out, record yourself.
Yes.
So that you can at least hear what you're saying, and then you can have it transcribed, because you got Otter AI, you got all these transcribing. My question is, when you were first starting, because we do have some people who are just starting out their copywriting, how did you develop the consistency to sit down or even to either write it or speak it out?
Oh, desperation. that was my muse, desperation. But I'll tell you this much: when I started, I was trying to do way too many things, and I found copywriting. It wasn't that I started out as a copywriter. I started out as a network marketer, then it was an affiliate marketer, then it was like an online marketer, an internet marketer back in the day for the old heads that know what that is, before we got digital marketing. And then I heard John Carlton being talked about by Frank Kern and Gary Halbert, and then I got introduced to that world. I was like, okay, this is the thing I got to learn how to do, and then I got better at it. But the key thing here is knowing how to sell, because that is what a copywriter truly is. We're salespeople with print. That's all it is. We're salespeople that know how to write. That's literally the big definition between the two. If you're starting out, how I got the consistency was I set a timer, and what really killed me in some senses was I took on an apprenticeship where I had to write one piece of sales copy every day, whether it was an email or whatever it was. After I left that apprenticeship, I spent a full year. I wrote 1,000 sales letters in a single year. I was writing 3 sales letters a day. Only 5 of them ever saw the light of day, by the way. 995 of them never saw the light of day. They sat on a laptop somewhere on a hard drive doing their little thing, collecting dust. Because in my opinion, they're terrible, because there's so much stuff in there that I've wrote. And I'm like, wow, I would never say this today. What was I doing back then? This was a long time ago. So if you want to get consistent, just pick an easy target. And that easy target could be, I'm going to write 1 email a day. I'm going to write whatever it is. I'm going to write 1 sales letter a week, or 1 sales letter a month, and 1 email a day, 1 email every other day, or whatever it is that you can commit to. If you're sitting there and wondering, oh my God, an email takes me an hour and a half to do, what am I going to do? I'm going to simplify the process for you. Dead easy. You can't get this wrong. It's going to be 2 things that you do. Number 1, it's quite simply, this is the structure. Big idea, 3 bullet points to explain the big idea. I want to sell my course. Here's the 3 reasons why. Go. People suck. 3 reasons why. Go. Done. Number 2, set a 15-minute timer. I know this is going to sound really dumb. Set it for a 30-minute timer to begin with. Parkinson's law, you will get the task done in the time allotted to fill it. So guess what? You set a 30-minute timer and you get writing. It's only 30 minutes. Get it done. If you don't finish inside 30 minutes, now you basically stop, walk away, come back 10 minutes later, start a new timer, and that's your go-to. But you want to get to the habit of finishing in 30 minutes, because here's the beauty of what happens when you start using the timer method. I do this when I'm writing my own emails. I do 15 minutes to start with. I'm a little rusty at times, so I'll give 20. By the time I finish writing an email sequence, let's say it's 7 emails, my last email takes me less than 4 minutes to write. Start to finish with no idea. And I start with subject lines. I go with the subject line, build out the bullet points, and just go for it. And I'm going to show you guys how this works after Chris asks his question.
Yes.
So
So one thing
I was going to say, but I hope that helped, Phil. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. It helped a lot.
Awesome stuff. All right, Chris, you're up.
Yeah. So I get a couple of compliments on the emails. They love the emails. However, I don't like. I enjoy the part about creative writing because it's like, but I don't feel like I have much to give. Like, I know we've got the community and we can offer value and we can support with launch, but the issue with writing emails is I don't know how to structure them. I don't know what to say in them to captivate somebody. I like building relationships.
Yeah. Okay. I would refer you back to what we discussed earlier this morning. When I was like, if you're going to write emails, go through the thing. I would suggest that because that is massively helpful. But for everyone here, I'm going to give you guys the answer. It's really simple. So, Chris, just so I can actually define this, because there's 2 questions that come to mind that you might be asking. I want to clarify if they're both the questions you're asking or if it's just one. Number 1, how do I captivate, sell, persuade when I only have one thing that I do? Number 1. And number 2, how do I actually captivate, write, and persuade overall? Would those be the 2 things?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, is there a third? Because I want to make sure that you get the most value out of this. So ask away.
I would say as well, it's like doubting what I write. So I write it and then question.
Okay.
Is somebody going to click through? Because the open rate's great. The click through is lower. So something's not going right there. So every time I see that, I think, oh, I must be doing something wrong.
So here's what you do. How long do you wait to edit your email before you edit it?
I write it and schedule it. I don't really edit it.
Give it 1 day from now on. Literally, give it 1 day. Write the email, go back to the next day, and go, oh, okay, read it. Where are the edits? Cool. Because if you do it too early, you're going to be in the same brain. If you give it a day, your brain is disengaged from it and it's new information, so your brain can actually come up with ideas. As for why people aren't clicking through, are your calls to action compelling? Or are they click here to do blah, 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 like everyone else does? Hyperlink words that are action words inside the sales copy. Hyperlink, use the subject line in the email and hyperlink to it so people can go and actually give people the thing. Remember, you're selling the sizzle, not the steak in an email. The whole point of an email is to get people to a sales page or a conversion place where they can actually buy. It's never to actually sell the thing while they're actually reading. That unless you're selling something that's like, hey, reply back to this and we'll work one-on-one. Now, if you have a singular product that you're like, okay, everyone's heard of this, whatever it is, what can I do differently? There's a myriad. There's 5 very specific things that you can talk about. Shock and awe. What was a shockingly awful result that you've seen someone take on, or yourself, a shockingly awful or shockingly awesome result that you yourself got when you were trying out? What was the start failure? Talk about the past because people want to know the origin. We don't like talking about the origin because we feel like we've talked about it way too much. I hate telling my origin story. I've been doing this for a long time because I've talked about it for so many years. But at the same time, it's the truest one, and people want to know where do you come from because they want to know where you're going. So that's number 1. Remember, shock and awe works wonderfully. Number 2, talk about testimonials. Clients have actually done their thing, what they actually got, what was their result, what was their struggle. And that could be 3 or 4 emails right there talking about the same thing. Don't be afraid to do part 1, 2, 3, whatever it is of emails. There was a series I wrote a year ago, or more than a year and a half ago, I think, where all I did were the subject lines for the emails were parts 1 through 7. And I was getting people opening at part 4 going, where's part 1 and 2? And they were like, it was just constant. And what was like part 1? And I just continued like it was a chapter. And I was like, what the hell's going on? So use continuations. The fourth way. Yeah, the fourth way. Are we on 4 or 3 right now?
4.
Okay, we're on 4. So the fourth way of doing this, really simple. Tell stories about what goes on in your life. You have an interesting life. Your life is far more interesting than you think it is. Like, I
Look
don't
at
think...
everybody you talk to, Chris, on a daily basis.
Yeah.
You can write you can in one day you have like 7 meetings, you have 7 emails right there for the week.
Yep, and talk about what you talk about. Like, don't go into confidentiality stuff. I have a chat saying, "Hey, I was talking to my friend." Like, we live half an hour away. When we talk, you can literally. The only reason I'm here today is because you emailed me last minute on a Friday and went, "Do you want to do this on a Tuesday?" And I was like, "Yes, I'm in because it's you." Like, I wouldn't have said yes if it wasn't you. So, huge win there. So you can talk about that. You can literally say how I wrangled $1 billion copywriter to come on this thing.
Yes.
That's your subject line. Just say, I took it, like, if you want to know how this works, I built a relationship with a guy called Adil Marcy. He's known as the Underground A-lister. He's also got the greatestcopywriterlife.com. That's his website, whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. He's done all these things. And guess what? I got him to do this. You can edify, or you can just go, this guy, his thing, if you want to know more, go here. And then you go into, here's how I built that relationship. And then you send that out. That's your value add. But then again, you don't, at the end of it, saying the best, and you just don't go into the detail. You say, I connected with them, I did a podcast with them. And that's the reason why I talk about being an expert, because if you can get other people that are experts, or if you are an expert and get them onto podcasts, you connect with a wider community, which means the secret little thing I'm going to talk about tomorrow is how to leverage these relationships into a higher paying relationship that actually pays you, that actually opens up a lot more doors for you and brings a level of wealth and influence that you never thought of, and more. I'll speak to you more about that tomorrow. You're setting up the next email, and the next email goes out, and it's literally about how, and I used to be a podcaster. I did it for 8 years. The thing is, when I started out podcasting with the sole goal of making things more authentic, because a lot of people at the time were gurus and that's what they were doing. I was like, I know you cuss a lot behind closed doors. We have fun. We talk about dumb stuff. Let's get this on my podcast. So we did. After time, what I started to realize was I could talk with these. I'd ask them a question, what's working in your business? And they'd be like, oh, this, that, the other. And I'd come up with an idea of how to improve their business. After the thing, I'd have a chat with them and be like, okay, we're going to end up doing business together. And we do. Because they want to work with you, because they get to know, like, and trust you. So that email, the next day after the one I told about, like, how we met, what you could do there is say something along the lines of building relationships equals long-term income and influence. Here's how. Or like as a guide. And you can go into the email that literally explains that. The amount of connections I built have allowed me to open these types of doors. It wouldn't have happened if I didn't go into podcasting. If you think you're small now, don't worry about it. Everyone has to begin somewhere. And doing these podcasts, you can suck at them and get better over time. But the beauty is, when you build these relationships, you can leverage them. You can open doors that you thought were never open before. You can actually find ways to connect with people in a much more great way. And that's exactly what I share inside the Expert Whisperer, like the podcast launch stuff. I show you how to do that. So if you want to go through and do this on your own, launch a podcast. It's wonderful. If you want someone to hold your hand and help you through the entire process, I'm here for you. I've already made the mistakes so you don't have to. That's how you sell your program. That's how you sell at spots. Then if you want to go, how do I sell a thing off of a testimonial? Really easy. Tell the story. Tell them what the before was. There's three things. Feel, felt, found. How did they feel when they came in? What were they, what was it? How they felt when they came in, what they found when they were working with you, and what they're feeling today. They felt lost and confused. They didn't know about the tech. They were, They found that it's a lot simpler if you have someone actually set up the system for you and you schedule your days in advance. And now they feel like they can conquer the world and connect on a much deeper level. There's your feel, felt, found. If you want the same thing, go here and apply and let's see if we can work together. Do you see how you can take literally everything and move it forward?
He just wrote your email, by the way. You just have to transcribe that part.
The other live stream we did for the podcast, we were talking about, my past career as a chef and nourishing people's soul. Now I'm nourishing their mind, and I love the relationship we've got. I love that we're talking about my dating life that doesn't exist. So everybody is watching. If you're single and you want to date me,
definitely hit him up. He's single and ready to mingle.
He has the connections that can help you. Guys, I can't thank you enough. Adil, it was a masterclass in like 30 seconds, like amazingly done. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
So Adil, I just wanted to, we had the discussion, like this morning, and then on Friday we were talking about what can we give the community that would be awesome. And I know we spoke about the podcast accelerator program and you joining that as a consultant for those that launch their podcast, want to get to the next level, and they're in that stage of, okay, well, we got something launched, now we want to improve and grow it. And copywriting is definitely a skill that we all need to work on to improve the way we speak to a guest or write an email. And there's so many different things, and you know a lot more than I do. So if at any time somebody on YouTube comes through the podcast accelerator or is in the Facebook group and comes through the accelerator and wants to hire Adil, he's going to be doing some training inside anyway. But if you want him as an additional consultant to support you on that growth, he's available.
Yes.
So would Jamar, so would all the other experts that are coming through, and especially those that have been on Talking with Experts, because that's just the exclusive rights they get by being an expert on the podcast. That they get to partner with me and do some really cool stuff together. So we did come together, and I'd like to talk a little bit about Think Like a Copywriter, the challenge. What is that?
Okay, cool. So this is kind of an interesting thing. So Think Like a Copywriter is a challenge. thinklikeacopywriter.com/the-challenge. I have to update that sales page soon. But basically what it is about in 2020, I kept being asked by my audience, could you come up with a way to create welcome sequence emails? Because I mean this in the kindest way. Most people's welcome sequence suck. They really do. Like, you just see the numbers go down like the banana splits. It's quite hilarious. So here's the thing you got to find. I came up with a way of like, what works. So I'll admit right now, email number one, I blatantly stole that from a very dear friend of mine, and he knows this. I've told him on my podcast, and he loves it. Darren, shout out to you. What he created like the perfect first email, but then I expanded that. So it's a 7 email sequence that I created. And what it is, if anyone joins, like there's a 1.0 version, which is like the longer trainings I have, like 7 hours. It's like a 7-hour training really on emails. But you don't have to go through all of it. We're going to get to that in a second. But the new version I did is a lot shorter. It's less than 2 hours, and you can go through the whole thing and at your own speed. It's about an hour long, actually. It's about an hour long. But anyway, here's what I'm getting at. The entire process is you get to see what my emails look like, and then you get to see the skeleton underneath. And that's really where the gold is, because I've given this course to a couple of friends that were down on their luck. I've sold it to a bunch of people, and what I've gotten back is a continual response to the way that I teach copy and the way that I actually show it, specifically with this training, because it is a low ticket offer as well. I've had someone write their welcome sequence for 14 days, a 14-day sequence in less than 6 hours. Think about that for a second. It's 14 emails in 6 hours. Like some people have done it in less. My friend Adriano Marino, he actually told me very recently he rewrote his entire sequence in 2 or 3 hours using the stuff I gave, and he was like, it feels more like me, because what we're doing is we're looking at every single process. It starts off with a welcome. Hey, welcome to the thing. You opted in, you signed up for something, love it. Second email really builds into what there is. Third email actually goes into the stories and content and value, same with email number 4. Email number 5 goes into a process of selling. 6 is a solid sale. 7 is a solid sale, but you get the actual breakdowns of how each one works and why. So that's all in there. And again, if anyone's a customer of the Encyclopedia of Copy already, this is already going to be in there as I'm still building it out. But this product is available. You can actually take it, you can go through it, and it works wonderfully. So yeah, and definitely get through Chris's link as well, because again, that just basically helps him out in his dating life. Just gives him a lot more fun. I'm kidding.
But it helps me reinvest back into the community to find bigger, and I don't want to say better.
Well, bigger and bigger stages.
Bigger. When we got some more. Shall I do the spoiler alert?
No, not yet.
Okay. I won't do it yet.
When is the encyclopedia coming out? Because as you can see, I'm a big believer in investing in myself and purchasing the books that are references that you can use forever and ever. I've got 1,200 book library and growing. So when is that book coming out, Adil? Because I need to.
So it's a digital course. That's going to be out fully. By the way, to give you guys an idea, it's 26 courses that I've released. That's why I call it encyclopedia, because what you're doing is you're going through my entire process on how to write sales letters, email sequences for welcome email sequences, launch email sequences, post-launch, pre-launch, webinar, e-com. Literally, it covers everything, including my Facebook ads writing formula, which I've never really revealed, but I'll give you guys an idea. My Facebook ads, when me and my business partner were running Facebook ads, I wasn't writing them, he was. We had to change ads out 3 times a week because that's exactly what the agency wanted. I wrote 3 ads. We didn't change them out for a month and a half because the way I write is just we get to that thing. Anyway, so what I'm getting at is it's going to be out. Well, I'm going to say the pre-sales have been going on for a year right now. Like, people have been buying in. I appreciate all my investors have actually been buying in, but this thing is going to be on the $2,000 mark as we're looking at, and that's going to be around July 15th, July 17th is when I'm going live with that fully. The sales page and VSL will be ready, and people will actually go buy. But yeah, if you want to get in early or whatever it is, hit me up, because there's already like 4 or 5 courses in there ready to go, which is like opt-in gold, my sales letter writing courses 1 and 2 for the fundamentals, my email sequence that we're talking about, the welcome sequence stuff, and the upsell downsell training that I've got in there as well. That's all in there. Oh, and how to get your first client in the next 30 days. Because, that was the other thing I was going to say. Oh, for any copywriters out there, if you want to grab this, grab it quickly, because here's why. It's less than $100. Find a client. I'm going to give you guys the strategy. You guys ready? This is a really good strategy for anyone, no matter what you do. I'm just telling you for this. In this, I'll high level it. Find a skill, find a person that needs that skill, charge them money, deliver on that skill. Welcome sequence writing by Adil, think like a copywriter thing that I'm doing, the challenge. Take that, find someone that needs a welcome sequence update, charge them $400, $500 to $1,000 because they're getting 7 emails, and be like, hey, I'll write your entire welcome sequence for you for $1,000. And I'll tell you what, I'll deliver it in 2 weeks, because 3 weeks is fine. You can take longer if you want, but as long as it's good. Then what you do, you go through my training on week 1. You go through the edits and start creating your own emails in the second week, and then you edit them at the end of the second week. Then you deliver them at the end of week 2, early week 3. Your client has just paid you between $500 to $1,000. You invested $97, but now you have a skill that basically pays off. You actually have got your first customer sale, and most importantly, you can ask them, who do you know that also needs that email sequence written? Bam, that's your door open. Or if you want to get them onto retainer, what you can say to them is, I charge X amount per month for X amount of email, for Y amount of emails. And then all you do is take emails 2 to 7, repeat the process, and go through this call earlier. I went through the 5 different types of emails that Chris could use, and just apply my framework and the stuff I talk about to those 5 different types of emails. And you'll make bank. If you're doing with any other skill, find how you do it, find how it can be applied multiple different ways, and charge for it. That's literally the long and short of it.
Best way to finish the show.
So much. Yeah.
Boom.
Thank you so much.
Just a mic drop right there. But if you guys do want to connect with me, you guys can reach out to me on LinkedIn or Instagram. At Adil Amarsi is my IG handle. And the reason I usually say go on IG is because it's the one that I respond to the most on my phone. Like, I don't respond, like Facebook messages, don't do it on my phone. It's always on like laptop. LinkedIn is getting updated, but yeah. So.
And Adil is also a member of the community. We're a group expert, just like everybody's a group expert inside the group. You can choose your expertise, but he's also in the podcast launch community. So just thank him below this live stream. And thank all the guests that have been on today. And that's it. It's a 4-hour, 6-minute live stream.
Bam. There we go.
Take care, everybody. And remember, go to AppSumo and get some good tools so that you can take your stuff to the next level.
I would definitely recommend that, because I am a huge AppSumo fan myself, have been for years.
What is your favorite tool, actually?
Oh, for the years I've actually been there, God. I got Wishlist from AppSumo years ago, and I still use it to this day.
I mean, I use my TidyCal just about every day when I'm super connecting and planning out, podcasts and virtual coffees. Adil, I'll be sending you a link to connect.
Yeah.
So TidyCal all the way.
All the way. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you both. I'm very grateful for the relationships we have, and I'll connect with you soon.
Phil, whereabouts in the world are you, by the way?
I am in Montreal, Canada.
Okay, so you're in Canada. All right, fair enough. If I'm out that way, you and I are definitely hanging out, and I've got a few
for
people
sure.
that want to connect you with as well. That are out that way. That I think would be really, really cool. So like we'll do that later, guys. It's
Excellent.
been a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you so much,
Peace,
guys.
love, and prosperity, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
My God, this was again another amazing webinar, Chris, that you put on. We have Cindy, who was here the whole time. I hope she enjoyed. I know she definitely got enough of value from Adil. I connected to Adil because wow. And I'm looking at his challenge, Think Like a Copywriter. It's probably going to be my next purchase because that was phenomenal. Chris, anything you want to say before we sign off here?
Yes. So if anybody has watched these live streams yesterday for day 1 and day 2, has a business or has a podcast, we are featuring people on the channel. So you may have seen Carrie's video. We got a couple of people that have sent me messages ready to upload. But what I would like you to do is, so that you can get your voice heard and be seen, and leverage the momentum we're creating in this community, and the people that are in my network, they're going to be promoting me probably for the next 6 months. You never know. And you want to be able to leverage audiences. I would say I'm fairly I'm an expert at leveraging people's
You're an
audiences.
expert at connecting. You're the expert at connecting, Chris. That's what you do.
So I want you to do what I say in a polite way, just so you can also leverage my audience that we're growing here at my network. So if you can use the tools that have been recommended, maybe big view, you can have it create a script, or you can just take your phone, vertical video, and say, one thing I loved about this course was blah blah blah, or course this Sumo Day event, or you can say what your favorite tool on AppSumo is, or what tool you picked up on AppSumo this week. Anything you want, and especially if you have a business or a podcast and you want to get more downloads or have a consulting call with somebody, now's your opportunity to promote yourself. And we're going to pick 3 of the best videos, whether it's going to be the creative or someone that is shy but has taken that opportunity to put themselves out there. We're going to pick 3, and we're going to give you a really special gift. Could be an Amazon gift card, or it could be something more valuable towards helping you on your podcasting journey. It's probably going to be the latter, because
something helping you towards getting your podcast to the next level, which is what we do here at the Podcast Launch Agency, which is helping put this on with AppSumo. So thank you so much, everybody. Chris, thank you again. We'll see you tomorrow for another riveting day of products that we're highlighting here from AppSumo, and we wish you all the very best.